All right, there we go. All right, welcome to the Port Ranch Board meeting, Wednesday, November 11th, 2020. Let me just read our statements here. Give me a second. Okay, this meeting is open to the public. Give me 1 second here. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Give me a second, everybody. Oop. We're having fun difficulties here. I need to get this out of here. Excuse me 1 second, everybody. Thank you. All right. Okay, this meeting is open to the public via the web or over the phone. Board members only will appear on the screen, while all public attendees will be on audio only. Everyone is normally muted except when given the floor to speak. All members of the public may provide comment to the board on each agenda item during general public comment. When an agenda item is up, the board president will ask for public comment on the item. Use of a computer controls or phone controls, you raise your hand, which will let the board president know that you wish to provide comment. Okay, how to raise your hand. If you're using a computer or a tablet, look for the raise hand icon in the Zoom window that looks like this. Click on it and you'll be put in a queue letting the board president know that you wish to speak. The board president will then call on you to speak when your turn comes up and will open your audio connection. At that time, you will provide your comment to the board. There will be a timer on the screen that will let you know when the remaining time is up. Please do not go past your time allotted. To raise your hand, if you're using a telephone audio, the board president will ask for public comment on the agenda item. Dial *9 to raise your hand. A raised hand will appear on your next partial phone number of the officer screen, which will put you in the queue. When your turn comes up, the board president will call on you to speak and open your audio connection. At that time, you can provide your comment to the board. There will be a timer on the screen that will let you know that your remaining time is up, and please do not go past your time. And then final comments, this meeting is being recorded and will be posted to our website at a later time. We suggest that you click your gallery view if you'd like to see the board members on your screen at the same time. You can use the Q&A tab to ask procedural or technical questions, but no questions about motions or board business will be answered during this meeting. Do we have any procedural questions before we start?
Where do I find gallery view?
It will
last
be...
time when I couldn't get in, at the last meeting when I couldn't get in and I had
Yes,
to use
Becky.
someone else's phone, I think that's the problem here. So
it's okay. If you look at there should be looks like a little phone pad there. You should be able to pull up the whole gallery. There's different icons that you can pull it up.
Okay, I'll look around. I won't waste everyone's time.
Okay. At this time, Gabriel, will you go ahead and call the roll? One moment, Jason.
You might want to take Glenn Bailey off the panelist because it's you said that board members are only the ones appearing on.
Thank you.
All righty. Brandy.
Here.
Hassan.
Here.
David Balin.
Here.
Jason.
Here.
Miran.
Here.
Becky. Becky.
Here.
Thank you. David Lasher.
Here.
Lori.
Here.
Assad.
Here.
Gabriel here, and we have a quorum.
Did we get Lori, by the way?
Yes, we have everyone.
Okay, good. Because she popped in. There you go. Thank you, Lori. All right. We'll go back to muting everybody. Assad. At this time, I'd like to ask for
David, sorry, when I click mute everybody, it mutes you too. So you need to unmute yourself, David.
All right, we're good. As I was saying, we'll go back to it. Thank you. At this time, we would like to ask Brandy's grandmother, who is a retired Air Force veteran, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today for Veterans Day. Let's give her a minute to find her grandmother. Brandy, you there? There you are.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Hi, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
The United States of America.
America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for joining us. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, you're welcome. She says thank you.
Thank you, Brandy.
Of course. I'm gonna switch to the other, to the computer.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we would like to move the floor to presentations from all representatives and elected officials and city departments. Assad, do you see who's in the house?
Yes,
Well, I see
we have 15 attendees, 14 attendees in the
No,
house.
I get it. I'm saying, do we have anybody with their hand up that would like to speak on government?
I don't have anybody yet. I don't see Colin. I don't see,
I said you have Tara.
let me see.
I'm looking for Tara.
I can't see Tara yet. Oh, there's Tara raised her hand. Yes, and I see Scott.
Okay, very good. I know Tara has a presentation. You know what? Let's let her boss speak first, and we'll allow Scott to start.
So I'll bringing him in as a panelist for you.
Thank you.
Scott, you're
Again.
promoted to a panelist.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, David, and thank you, Porter Ranch. I'm just going to talk for 30 seconds. Tara has a full report for you. I wanted to thank all of you for your support during the election. I am with you. It doesn't matter if you voted for me or you didn't vote for me. It doesn't matter. Porter Ranch is one of my 20 communities, and I support you 100%. That's my message. Thank you so much. And that's it. That's the shortest speech you ever heard in your life. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Scott, and congratulations once again.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Congratulations,
Bye-bye.
Scott.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now we will turn,
Congratulations, yes.
thank you. And now we're gonna go ahead and turn the floor over to Tara because I know she has a presentation. And Tara, I think if you open it up, where'd she go?
She's
Hi.
at,
Hi,
there she is.
I'm here.
So go ahead and share. Go ahead
Okay.
and share your screen. Assad, can you open the screen up so she can share it, please?
yeah.
Great, thank you so much.
They left you on the bus?
They left, yes, I'm on the school bus that's being sanitized, one student per row, in accordance with county guidelines. But Assad, I actually think I need to just temporarily be made a co-host in order to screen share, if that would be possible.
Yeah, David, you have to do that to make her co-host.
Okay.
David.
No, I got it. I'm looking here.
Okay, so while David's trying to figure that out, hi, my name is Tara Vidani. For those of you that I haven't had the opportunity to meet yet, I work for School Board Member Schmerlson, particularly in the Porter Ranch, Chatsworth, Canoga Park, West Hills, Granada Hills, and Northwest neighborhoods. And I just have a few updates to share about local school happenings. I'll start with the topic that's on everyone's mind right now is when we're going to implement hybrid learning and return to campus. I want to let you know that next week, Local District Northwest is going to be hosting a series of town halls for parents on this very topic to give them a sense of what safety procedures will be in place when we transition to hybrid learning. So parents are equipped with that information, and it looks like I haven't been able to screen share quite yet.
Yeah, Tara, I think I'm gonna have an issue with that because I have Assad as the co-host at this time.
Okay.
So is there anything you can send to us that we can put up on the website after you give your presentation?
Make her the co-host. Take Assad off the co-host and make her. the-
Jason, please mute yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I sent you all the flyers that I'm gonna be screen sharing. If you wanted to forward those along to your board members, that works. It looks like you also have a Q&A feature. So if anyone has a question or wants me to link them, they can just ask it as a question. But for our Porter Ranch Community School parents, your town hall is on November 17th at 4 p.m. And to our Castle Bay parents, your town hall is on November 19th at 4 p.m. And if you'd like the link to actually register, you can go ahead and ask in the chat box. I also wanted to be sure that all of the parents, because I know several of you have school-age children, that we are extending our COVID-19 testing program to not just employees, but members of our school community, including parents and students. And so you might ask, why are we testing students if, students aren't in person learning full time right now? And the reason is because we have almost 700,000 people that come to our campuses in normal times on a daily basis. And so we want students to practice now what it's like to get their COVID test, what the turnaround period looks like, and for them to understand that safety is a big priority and that we all need to be, responsible citizens in order for this safe return to be possible. So if you were interested in signing your family up for a COVID-19 test through the district free of cost, you can go to achieve.lusd.net/COVID testing appointment. And the closest location to you all would probably be Ross Middle School, but we have 6 in the West San Fernando Valley right now, and that'll be expanding very soon. I also wanted to let you know that PRCS and Castle Bay Elementary, they both have fundraisers next week. And so David has the flyers that he can forward to you all in case you're interested in supporting a local restaurant while also supporting one of your schools. So PRCS's fundraiser is going to be on Tuesday the 17th at the Sharkies in Chatsworth. And then Castle Bay's fundraiser is the 3rd Wednesday of every single month at Jersey Mike's in Porter Ranch. So I really hope your family considers dining out those nights to support our local schools. And lastly, I just wanted to let you know that Castle Bay Elementary School on Tuesday got approved new parent center furniture. So that's something Jason, and I think Jason might be the only one that sends his kids to Castle Bay amongst you all, but that's going to be something you can look forward to once we return to campus. So I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any, and appreciate David sending the flyers to folks.
Thank you. We do have a question from Iran.
I want first to thank Tara for all her work in our community. Keep up your work job and keep shining. The information I will forward, I think I forwarded to you, Lori, that she just spoke a moment ago, and I will forward it to you again. And Mr. Scott, wish you health and prosperity, and looking forward to working with you to bring change for our students, and thank you.
I saw a couple more hands, but now let me see what we have. Okay, Brandy, please.
Just a correction, my son also goes to Castle Bay.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah, he started kindergarten this year.
Got it. Okay, cool.
I have a question for you, Tara. Do you have a timeline, or does Austin Buettner have a timeline in what we're looking at for? I know we're starting COVID testing for their LAUSD, but I know we're not doing pictures for the students this year. We're doing, there's things that are going on outside the school, but is there a timeline that you can share with us, or a possible timeline with LAUSD getting back to school or partially getting back to school?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I'm happy to share that several of our schools, and hopefully all of our schools this semester, will be offering in-person tutoring to high needs students. So those are our English learner students and our special ed students, and other vulnerable students such as our foster and homeless populations that are invited back to campus to get tutoring twice a week after school in person, obviously with masks and social distancing in place. And the idea is that this is giving all the schools an opportunity to troubleshoot and practice what it'll actually be like when you have more people on campus, trying to maintain, unidirectional hallways so you don't have people passing by each other in close proximity, and making sure that, students are getting accustomed to wearing their masks for longer periods of time. So that program is being implemented now. Superintendent Buettner has announced that school will not resume this semester, but that it's looking likely that after winter break, a hybrid option will be available to some families. But I say that saying hybrid option will be available to families that want to send their kids back with hybrid learning. So that means that their students would be in specific cohorts of students and participating in the testing program. And distance learning will be continue to be available to any family who doesn't feel comfortable sending their kids back for whatever reason. And there's no judgment, every family is different. It sounds like, Brandy's has her grandma in her home, like every person has a different circumstance. So if you want to do distance learning, you continue to do distance learning, and we're hoping that hybrid learning will be available
Thank you. I
early.
know Jason has his hand up. So Jason Hector, please.
Oh, hi. Congratulations to your office and Mr. Schmerlson. The question is regarding the COVID test, the swab test. So, you take the swab and you kind of just twist it, and I know prior they were taking the swab and they were putting it way up into your nose. And so this came up at the governance meeting where one of the parents was asking, or kind of making the assertion, that maybe it's not as accurate if you don't put the swab up into your nose. And then I did a little more research and I saw that it said that you could get a saliva test upon request. So if that's in fact the case, that's good. But I guess I would just kind of a comment, like, is there a difference in accuracy in saliva versus swab if you're not putting the nasal swab up into the nasal cavity? That's kind of the question. I know it's a little bit of a complex question, but that was the concern brought up, is that, maybe we're not going to catch cases if we're not, if we're just kind of getting in the nose, but not getting up in. So that's just maybe something you want to take back and look into, but I just want to make that comment. But thank you. We did the COVID test and we're ready to go back to school.
Great. Well, Mr. Schmerlson's listening, and I'm sure he'll
Yeah,
get
yeah.
feedback.
Jason, let me just mention, they call that the cheek swab, other than the nose swab. And that's why you can't eat or drink 30 minutes before the test if you're getting the cheek swab. Okay, but I will get that information back to you about the accuracy of each test. We will let you know. Make sure you watch the town hall meeting, because I'll make sure that they present that question too. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I was on the county meeting too on Monday. That was a good one.
Thank
We
you.
have another question from Brandy Grace.
Okay, this time it's an actual question.
Okay.
So when Castle Bay opened the polls for voting, I took my son with me because I always take him when I vote, and it was a disaster. I mean, he was not there 30 whole seconds, and he's running around the room, trying to bump into people, totally ignoring social distancing. His mask is falling off. And I'm looking at this, and I even joked out loud about, this is why I don't want schools to reopen yet. And it brings up for me a very serious question about, I'm able to discern that my son is not of the temperament to be able to follow the necessary safety precautions. But I'm concerned for other families and teachers and staff who are going to have to maybe deal with students whose families are either not able to discern or just don't care about their kids following these. How are we going to ensure safety for everybody for when there are kids that just cannot follow those safety requirements?
That is a really great comment, and I know you made you gave some similar feedback the last time Mr. Schmerlson was here. Jason mentioned the town hall that the county hosted on Monday, and they were kind of sharing some statistics about school districts that have opened for TK through 2 in the county so far, and they actually shared that there haven't been any major outbreaks at these schools. They had one school district that had 9 cases, and that was because people actually traveled outside of the state to play a sporting game, which obviously it wasn't a school sanctioned activity. They did that in their own time. I would say that some of the remedies being put in place to hopefully prevent that from happening would be like severe class size reductions. So it depends on what grade your student is in. So for elementary, there will be certain limits on class size, as well as for secondary. And for our special ed populations, a lot of those supports are going to be based off of impending labor negotiations. But if a student poses a risk to the rest of the classroom or to the instructor, more individualized or one-on-one support will be provided to that student, and then additional protections will be provided to that teacher, whether it be gowns that they wear or additional masks or face shields to make them more comfortable with supporting that student. Because we're public school, we have to support all of our students no matter what their needs and abilities are when they come to our schools.
Correct.
Yeah, let me just add also, Brandy, that's the reason that we're in cohorts. So your
Right.
child would not be running around the whole school. He'll be in his cohort. And that's the reason for having the small cohorts. If there's a problem, then the whole cohort can be moved. So,
Okay.
I hope it works out, because we have parents who need to work. And if their kids are not going to behave and act up like that, is that going to keep them from going to work and making them stay on distance learning? I should hope not. So good point. Excellent point. Excellent point.
Thank you. And I know I harp on it a little bit, as Tara mentioned, so I apologize that I do, but
That's not harping.
I know you guys are trying hard. I just want to, keep those issues in the forefront.
Got it.
Thank you.
Got it.
Any other questions? If there's any in our attendees.
Assad has a question.
I've been raising my hand, Mr. President.
I didn't see you. You were way in the far corner, so I didn't see
You
you.
got
So thank
Gabriel
you.
and Hassan, David.
Gotcha.
And
Very
also,
good.
yeah, Gabriel and Hassan after me.
Got it.
No, I
see
just
the hands
wanted to,
popping up. Very good.
yeah, I just wanted to say quickly, Scott, congratulations. And we're looking forward for a few years to come of a lot of, we'll keep you busy. And Tara,
Fine.
thank you very much for all the good work. And I've seen you so active, you and Scott, with all the neighborhood councils. And if you need anything, we're here. For me,
I
if you
appreciate
need
that.
anything in safety issues, David, myself, and Gabriel, we're a safety
Appreciate
committee.
that.
We'll be here for you.
Thank you. We're a village, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me turn this over to Gabriel.
Hello, everyone. Scott, first of all, congratulations again.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Thank you.
I just want to make a statement. I think it's time to open up all the schools. I think everyone should keep politics out and reopen to whoever wants to attend school. Like you said, it's going to be a hybrid option. Whoever wants to go can go. I think it's time we open up because our children are starting to suffer. And I don't understand the politics behind allowing certain kids to go, homeless to go, but regular kids that want to attend can't go. I think everyone should be treated equally. Open it up. I'll give the option to everyone, and whoever attends, attends. Whoever doesn't, doesn't. And that's that. That's my simple political, non-political
I hear you.
statement.
I hear you.
Thank
That's
you.
it. Thank you.
Hassan?
Yes, hi, Scott, congratulations again. And
Thank you, sir.
Tara, thanks a lot for your good work. Simple question. I know the test that you mentioned you call it, I think, the chip test.
Peak swab, peak.
Yeah, so the accuracy of that, I would be quite interested to know how accurate that is, because there are a lot of tests out there and many of them are not even FDA approved. So not sure which one this one falls under. But besides this test, are you still going to do the simple temperature test? Because that seems to be at least the general standard way of screening folks. I see it at the hospital, clinics, many places. So that's like the first line of defense, at
I
least
agree. I agree.
preventing people from coming
My
in.
answer would be yes, but I'm going to double check anything that I tell you and we'll get information directly to you. I don't want to say yes and it's not 100% yes. You will hear from me. Okay, you'll hear from me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Tara, we have a question from one of the attendees who is also a parent. Says, hi Tara, regarding the hybrid learning, will all windows in the classrooms be left open during session?
That's a great question. You know, every school building is very different. For example, like if you go to the Castle Bay campus, it has a different configuration than Porter Ranch Community School, and those are just two schools. So it really depends on the school. Not all of our school classrooms might have windows that are accessible to open and close on a daily basis. But I mean, I can share with you these videos that we recently took at Tulsa Elementary and Kennedy High School that gives you more of a visual of what safety precautions are taking place. And for example, they've changed all of the air filtration equipment in the classrooms. And I think Mr. Schmerlson can describe more. You know, they're like M15 or M13 filters instead of what was previously in place, and that they're going to be circulating overnight.
24/7, yeah.
24/7. So they're definitely trying to, you know, create a sense of circulation, but not district wide. I can't tell you that 100% of our classrooms have windows that are easily able to be opened. But that doesn't mean that doors can't remain open, which I anticipate all teachers would want to leave open if, to the extent possible.
Right.
Okay, very good. I don't know if we have any more. Oh, we do. David Lasher, please.
Hi, good evening. Congratulations, Scott.
Thank you, David. Thank
I
you.
want to speak to echo what Gabriel said. My high school son is in his senior year. It's devastating. Him sitting in the house trying to learn on a couch. It's not working. His grades have plummeted substantially. He's a very needs to have a social interaction among people as his learning style, and we need to get back ASAP. It's really destroying his. Yeah, the fact it's a senior in high school, which is really a double whammy. But yeah, that's I echo what Gabriel said, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
I hear you both. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And if I may just quickly add, just 30 seconds, you know, this comment on social isolation is something that we're getting a lot, especially from families of 6th graders and 9th graders that, you know, you just start at a new school and it's like, how are you supposed to make friends via Zoom? So the district is now hosting Zoom Hangouts for students in grades 6 through 12. And I can, I also emailed this flyer to David if he could go ahead and share it with other David. That might be something that your student, I mean, it just gives them an opportunity to meet new people and socialize with people that don't live in their home, which I think we could all use more of.
I will definitely share it with the entire community.
Thanks, sir.
I think, let me see, we got one more. Who we got here? Becky. Oh, Becky, there you go. Please.
I'd just like to also say I think schools need to be open. I think that if we can put a man on the moon, we can put a child in a classroom. And I think that we're smart enough to figure a way out to do it. If we have to shorten the school day, if we have to go half day, I really think we need to work very hard to get these kids back to school.
Thank you, Becky. Just so you know, it's for elementary, it'll be morning and afternoon sessions. And for secondary, we're thinking of doing the trimester method instead of semester, trimester, where they'll be taking like 2 classes each trimester to really focus on those. So we are working on it. We truly are, and we'll keep you informed.
And I'm so glad that you were reelected.
Thank you, Becky. Me too. Thank you, Becky.
Tara, we have another question from Brandy. Brandy, go ahead.
I love that you've said, Tara, that there's a socialization component for the older kids. If you can extend that to the younger kids, that is something I know my son is absolutely desperate for, is having any sort of social interaction with the other kids, because his classes are just sit and listen to the teacher. And yeah, if that's anything that you guys can set up in some ways for the younger ones, I think they might need it even more.
Great. I will, they actually have another session and I'll send that flyer to you. What I
thank you.
heard is that they tried to group K through 12 together and the older kids
Oh,
didn't want to hang out with
no.
second graders on Zoom. So
No.
I will just email you that flyer directly.
Okay, yeah, if they can separate it by grade or something, that would be
course.
great.
Of course.
But also, congrats on the win.
Thanks, Brandy. Thank you.
I think that's probably about it.
Thank you, Porter Ranch. We love you and we support you. And you know, Tara is an excellent representative to your neighborhood council because she tells me everything and we get all the answers for you. So thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. So let's go back. All right. Give me a second here, board. So I want to move on. I don't think we have anybody. Assad, do you see anybody else there? Did Suzette pop in yet?
Suzette hasn't logged in yet, but she'll be logging in shortly. And the minute she does, I'll let you know.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead, because we have a
Yes.
full schedule tonight, if you guys don't mind. If you don't mind, we skip on. Let's go ahead and skip to public comments. Hello?
Yeah, we have a few raised hands.
Okay, very good. Saul Daniels is here. Let's please allow Saul in. Saul, good evening.
Hi, it's actually
Even
Judy.
better.
Just wanted to remind you that the VANC meeting tomorrow is going to have updates on the elections and information about whatever's going on. I can't send you. I cannot send you a link right now, but I know David, you and Assad and Jason all get the agendas. So if anybody else is interested, please ask one of them. And it's 6:30 p.m.
I will post the VANC meeting on our website. Matter of fact, I'll put it on our calendar after this meeting tonight. So if any of the community, any of the board members would like to attend, they can.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We have Craig next.
Craig, good evening.
Good evening, all. Thanks for a few minutes here. I wanted to give you the quick update of what's happening with the health study. If those that you attended our last CAG meeting, just wanted to give you we moved to a confidence vote amongst the CAG as a way to monitor progress towards achieving the goals that we understand the community wants. And I'm very disappointed to report that we have an 8-2 vote in no confidence in the direction that the health study is moving. So of the 12 CAG members, 2 were absent. The vote was 8-2, suggesting that it's not moving in the proper direction. Something that's been very important to the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, and I want to thank Lori for getting the email blasts out regarding that online survey that so many of you were very concerned about when you saw the results and how it wasn't illustrative of the most impacted community. So there is an effort by the CAG. Iran and I are pushing very hard to get this online survey out to the Porter Ranch community. And I have asked 3 times for an update on how things are going so I could report back to you fine people and the stakeholders here. And I haven't gotten an answer to 2 very simple questions. How many people have responded to the online so we understand if we're being effectual, and also being confident we can extend the deadline for as many people that want to respond through the month of November. So we should assume, leave it open until November, a meeting with some leadership at DPH on Friday. I will bring this up because I know this is important to the community. The scientific evidence bins that were up on the hill, there's 150 of them. everybody should know that polonium was found in these test bins, which is a radioactive material. And while the SOC, the Scientific Oversight Committee, is aware of them, we asked for these bins not to be moved off of Aliso Canyon right now. That was not accepted, and everybody in the community should know that these bins are coming through our neighborhood.
Lost Craig. Craig?
Craig?
When he comes back, we'll go ahead.
Craig?
Yeah, I think he fell off. Let's go ahead and take Robin, and as soon as he comes back, we'll let him back in. Oh, there he is. Let him in. Craig, you came back?
I didn't touch a thing, so here I am. Okay, so very quickly, I know you guys have a full night tonight. The evidence bins is 150 up on the hill. They are being pulled off the hill. They're coming through our neighborhoods in trucks. We know that there's polonium and other things in there that are toxic. Okay, and we tried to keep them up there on the hill, but they're coming down. There's still 31 bins that were pulled out of Aliso in 2016, and we have asked everybody, AQMD, DPH, et cetera, to advise us what was in those bins, because it's critical to help us understand what we were exposed to. These things mysteriously have vanished. Nobody has a record of exactly what was in them. We are pressing really hard. I want the neighborhood council to know this is one of the key issues of why we are not moving forward with a confidence vote in the direction this is going. Since our last meeting, and after 4 requests, we did have a meeting with Supervisor Barger. And while that meeting was promising, she guaranteed us that the bins would stay in place, which they're not. And also that the county council was working with SoCal Gas to get the chemical list that you guys wrote, one of the best letters possible, to get that on behalf of your stakeholders. So I want to thank you again for that letter. Barger says she's working on it, but DPH is not moving forward in the same way. In fact, they're expediting the Scientific Oversight Committee to come to conclusions of what to do without this chemical list. This is another reason why we have great concerns. So I just want to make sure everybody realizes that polonium is up there. We're pushing hard. You guys should push hard too, and that this be completely investigated, and that we get to know, because the winds blow that dirt right first through Porter Ranch, and that's where the polonium was found. It's in the dirt and the mud and the sludge used up on the hill. So I would challenge you guys to write another letter. I'm happy to work with, Ron and I are happy to work with whomever on the neighborhood council to get that done. And I would very much appreciate it if we can make these meetings an open dialogue, so that you guys can ask us questions and we can give you feedback. And most importantly, we get direction from you of the path that you want the study to go on. So I'm happy to chat up with anything you guys want. That's my update. I wanted to be brief.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you,
I would
Craig.
like to call on
I guess
Robin.
Robin next.
I'm sorry?
Hi, I'm Robin Streichler. I don't know if this is the appropriate timing, so I just, I'll introduce myself. Hassan invited me regarding the parked idling motion.
Robin, the item's coming. This is for agenda items that are not within the preview of the board. So it's on public comment matters only, but yours is coming up quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you so much for joining us. And we have Glenn Bailey.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to make this quick. Francie, if I go too fast, you know how to reach me. First of all, I think I announced at the last meeting that the Congress of Neighborhood recordings are now on the website. So just a reminder, if you missed the whole session or any of the networking breakout sessions, just go to nccongressla.com and you can listen to those. Secondly, I don't see on your website the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance event this coming Saturday at 2 p.m. That's November 14, 2 p.m. And that's the focused on the LA Green New Deal Toolkit for Neighborhood Councils. That information is on their website, ncsa.la, and I believe the information was sent out a week or so, 2 weeks ago to your representatives. But I just, like I said, if you get that on your website, that would be great. And also, since the Northwest Valley is going to be starting the community plan updates in 2021, both for the board and stakeholders may want to take advantage of the Planning 101 community plan workshops that are coming up next week. There's 3 of them, but they're all the same. And you should have gotten an email from the city planning department, but I think that's very relevant because of, there have been changes since the last time the community plan was done. So November 17th, 1 p.m. That's Tuesday, November 19th, 5 p.m. Saturday, November 21st at 11 a.m. And you should have that from the city planning department. So, and if you want to put those on your website, for the public, you certainly may want to do that as well.
I will put both of those items on after this meeting this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Glenn. Glenn, really quick, where did he leave? Oh wait, Brian Allen's here, so we have our budget advocate. All right, very good. Do we have any more comments from the public? Anybody? All right, then we will go ahead, and I don't think Suzette has checked in yet. So I'd like to go ahead and, if you don't mind, since we're moving along nicely, go on to item number 7, which is the CIS, which was what Robin was speaking about. So Hassan, would you like to take care of this, or Miran, who's taking on this?
Hi, David. Let me start, and then Mehran is going to chip in.
And I'm going to pull up let me just get over here. Go ahead anyway.
Yeah, so this is the motion that we discussed a few months ago. And since then, we have gone back and made some modification to address some of the concerns of the board. But basically, the motion is to write CIS on behalf of the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council in support of file 19-0604, and basically having the city attorney and LA Department of Transportation to prepare an ordinance restricting park vehicle idling to 1 minute or less, with exception for emergency vehicles and where idling is needed for the operation of loading, unloading, and processing operations. I should also add that to address the concern, we have gone out and say, this is more of an educational procedure or CIS that we are proposing, where we have listed a number of exceptions. It's right on the motion. And basically, we are saying we would like Los Angeles to start working on procedures like this to limit the amount of CO2 emissions from idling. However, we are making sure that people like homeless folks, people who need to have idling for whatever reason, including if you are in the driveway picking up their kids, I think that was one of the concerns. All of those are considered not to be a violation. And in fact, this motion or CIS I'm asking is that it's going to be coupled with a good educational campaign by LA Department of Transportation. So by no means we are trying to get into people's cases and issuing citation. Is more of every little bit helps. And with the global warming and all the issues we have with emissions, we would love to see Porter Ranch to support this motion. Several other NCs have already, and I've been in discussion with NCSA. They are pushing hard for this. And of course, Robin is here. She can make her comment on the public segment about what she knows, which I'm sure it's a lot more experience than what we have mentioned here at Porter Ranch. So with that, let me stop. And Mehran, do you have any comments?
I just want to be very brief. We really worked very hard with Hassan with the modifications. with the language. This is a very important for us to pass this motion today. It's very good for our education capacity. That's all, and I am hoping that we can get the support and to move forward.
So thank you for that. That's all I have to say. If there's any question, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, we have, I know that
You need
Talar's
to,
on, Robin.
you need to get Robin to comment, right, Hassan?
Yes, one moment, please.
Go ahead.
Robin, I'm going to unmute you because you were previous, so go ahead, Robin.
Thank you. And can you review, please, for me, how much time I have to make a comment?
Well, we're on good time, so you normally 2 minutes, but go ahead. We're good.
Okay. Well, I'm not exactly sure what are the concerns here. So I'll just address generally how.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but Robin, could you tell us who you are?
Oh, that's not rude at all. I was
don't
rude.
know who you are.
I was rude for not. My name
Thank
is
you.
My name is Robin Streichler. I'm an environmental health advocate in Los Angeles, and I initiated the this motion. I brought it to my city council member, Paul Koretz, and worked very closely with him. I also happened to be working with very closely with my state senator on this, and there's a great deal of interest in it. And let me just preface by saying 8 states already have similar idling ordinances or laws. Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Vermont, Hawaii, and Texas are some of them. And New York City has very strong laws, which you might have been aware of. All of them, when we design this motion, it says best practices, drawing upon the best practices. A given in all of these laws and ordinances in cities is not to hurt anybody. It's not to hurt homeless. It's not to hurt anyone who might have any health repercussion from turning off an air conditioning or anything when they need it. So there's absolutely, it is best practices not to hurt anyone. And we promise to have best practices. It is very much going in the direction of a strong educational campaign, which is very exciting. And I'm going to share with you a note from my state senator's office, just a little a comment. They said, I think a regional educational campaign could be a perfect way to show proof of concept to officials in Sacramento. Getting drivers to be conscious of emissions also may make them more likely to purchase and lease zero emissions vehicles, complementing Newsom's recent executive order. And also, as Robin points out, tailpipe emissions exacerbate Californians' vulnerability to coronavirus. So I think it's a very exciting opportunity for Los Angeles to show the way. And why is this a problem? It's a problem because most people, unfortunately, I don't know why, in an auto state and city, don't know the facts about idling, which is that if you turn your car off after 10 seconds of idling, you're saving gas, you're saving wear and tear on your vehicle, and you're saving a lot of pollution, which equals 3 million tons in our state annually from needless idling. And I say needless, that's when your health isn't effective or you don't need it for emergency or business needs. Needless idling, which is often in the form of what I call distracted driving, where you just on your phone, like you wouldn't fill up your phone with gas and use it if exhaust came down. But that's the kind of education we want people to start being aware of. So it's really a very positive win-win-win, and especially cutting the pollution in local places where we have more drive through pickup of because of COVID. We're picking up things on curbside more. And there's many more reasons where people are sitting and idling when they could just turn their car off and save the frontline workers, the people who are working, giving the supplies at curbside for merchandise and so forth. It would save everybody's life, and we're not going to hurt a person who isn't. Who is in need of running their vehicle for some important reason, but it's just such a win-win. and raising this awareness to just close, just raising this awareness just mitigates so much pollution immediately. And it's one direction we're not going fast enough because we're working on the new technologies, but we're ignoring the immediate reductions that can come from simply knowing the conservation logic of turning off gasoline engines, turning off your lights, turning off your faucet, turning off your air conditioner. We know all those, but we need to know it for idling, and that's simply what this will accomplish. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin. I have a question from Jason Hector. Jason, go ahead. You're unmuted.
All right. So, you know, I looked at the council file and it's two things. It's an ordinance and it's education. And it seems to me that education should come first because, you know, you need to educate the people. This is something that maybe can be simply mitigated through education. There's a lot of moving parts here. One of the things is, how is this going to be enforced? That's my question. You know, LAPD is having cuts. So if you put an ordinance out there with no funding for enforcement or no plan for enforcement, then it seems to me like, you know, so this was introduced back in 2019, this council file. It hasn't been going anywhere since 2019. I have it here. The date was, let's see, 6/5/2019, this was introduced. So it's been over a year that this file has not even been moved to committee. So something is holding it up. There's a reason behind that. But I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered with this as far as enforcement. How is it, and do we want to place another burden on the city for enforcement? We have issues in our community, you know, that are already, you know, the street racing, we have all these different issues. So my question is, who is going to be enforcing this? And are we going to be taking LAPD off of cases to do this? And then I just believe that education could come first. So I would be in support of this as an educational method, but I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done figuring out how this ordinance is going to be written, and it's not clear here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I answer, or is that how this goes? Or
No, you can go ahead, Robin. You have the floor, and people are going to
okay.
ask you questions, so you're more than welcome to respond.
Thank you very much.
And I know you have another one, by the way. Brandy has a question for you afterwards, so go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great question. I think I can just definitely tell you it's going towards education. You know, so much has happened. We have depleted resources. The more community impact statements we get from neighborhood councils, the faster we're going to go. The Department of Transportation has already said they're willing to do an educational campaign. We're just looking for funding, and I'm looking with the state for that now. So we just need support. And I encourage you, if you're concerned about enforcement, which is done in all the other states, and remember best practices, and it's detailed. Palo Alto also just is the first city in California that did pass this ordinance. They're not concerned. They have an enforcement component. They're not concerned with it. They're concerned with it for raising awareness. So I think we're going down that same road. If any talk of enforcement, and we have, you know, cut smog, 1-800-CUT-SMOG, then you get a letter in the mail, you know, someone noticed you were idling or whatever. It's not going to be heavy on enforcement, but I encourage you to simply add to your CIS that you support it, but you want a clearer picture of enforcement if that's even something that's going to happen.
Okay, so I'm going to quit. I'm going to.
Mr. President, I have a raised hand. I have a raised hand.
Okay, one moment, please. I got Brandy, and then I have Becky, and then I have Assad. One moment. Go ahead, Brandy.
I think Assad had his hand up before I raised my.
Yeah, I had it forever.
That's all right.
Okay, so the enforcement is going to be done through the Department of Motor Vehicle, because when you register your vehicle, they're going to acknowledge through the VIN number and all that. Like for now, the plug-in hybrids and the electric get to pay an extra $20, and they get the HOV stickers. Along the line, There will be guidelines along that. It's being established by the Department of Motor Vehicles in California once the CIS goes. This is more of really a regulatory item rather than anything to do. The delay is been the pushback they got from the vendors of the cars, because a lot of them, they are delaying this so that you still get gasoline versus going full electric, but the governor wants us to go electric. So the enforcement is going to be done through the DMV registration, and you have nothing to worry about LAPD and all of that being overburdened with that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, go ahead. Brandy, please remove your hand. Unmute.
Yeah, so I want to echo some of the things that Jason said, and I want to preference by saying, first of all, thank you for being here and speaking on this, Robin. I think you're absolutely right that it is important, and good Lord, our air quality is a disaster and we need to fix that. No questions, full stop. I absolutely love the educational portion of this. I think that is a huge, huge necessity that could do a lot of good. I am antsy at the ordinance aspect. And I want to start by acknowledging and recognizing that there has clearly been a lot of thought put into this in terms of protecting the homeless and the poor and all those other concerns that even I've raised before. It's there. Even still, I'm antsy about it because I have witnessed how parking and traffic laws have been used again and again and again against the homeless community. And I think I would really love to see a different council file that is just calling for funding to do a huge educational piece only, and then use that as a test bed and see how that goes. And if that isn't sufficient, then come back to addressing the idea of an ordinance. But I think this is an important issue. I'm really antsy about the enforcement of any kind of ordinance. That's my concern.
Could I comment on that?
Sure, Robin. I
Okay.
just want to
Yeah,
go ahead.
I want to just let you know that we have a heavy duty truck law, and trucks are reported to a very specific number, 1-800 cut smogged, with the state and with the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and they receive a note or an inspection or something. It's really very non-invasive. I want to say we're taking our motion states we're taking the best practices from California's existing law, the heavy duty truck law, and there have been no problems with enforcing that law. And I think we do best practices in something very similar, but I encourage you to just support us now, because starting a new motion, this was very difficult. Getting a new motion in place would be very difficult. I would rather have you qualify that you want to see us go education. I think that's really the way we're going right now. And really what you would be doing is supporting the momentum. I really promise you, I can just promise you, I've been so close to this and helping so much. It's not gonna, I understand your concerns, but we won't let that happen. I will not let that happen. And I brought it this far. So
I believe you, and I can see you're passionate in working on this. And I will say, I recognize you're trying to do best practices. And while New York is the only area that is similar to us in homeless issues, our issues are different because so many people have to live in their cars. So there's just kind of a different attitude. And I think the implementation has to be different than it is in these other places where it has been successfully implemented. But I do believe that you would try very, very hard to make sure this is done right.
yeah, remember, this is Councilmember Koretz's office. So just remember that.
awesome.
And it's Andy Schrader, and these people do not want to see any harm come to anybody.
No,
Thank you. We have two more. Let me go ahead and ask
Stop.
Becky to go ahead and ask her question so we can move on, please.
Robin, you said something about COVID being related to the idling. How is that? How do those mesh together?
Okay,
What
thank you
does
very much.
COVID have to do with car idling?
No, absolutely. Thank you very much. It's
You're welcome.
proven that air pollution creates more susceptibility to getting COVID because of the respiratory distress it causes, and it causes a more severe COVID reaction. So idling 20 every minute, 20 pounds of carbon dioxide, formaldehyde, particulates, a whole host of terrible, terrible things come out of the tailpipe. And, we talk about caring about our frontline communities and our low income communities. They are worst hit. And idling contributes a great deal of dangerous toxins into the air, especially where, trucks are lined up and we're talking about light trucks and cars are not regulated. So where they all line up or where idling takes place, you're pumping out dangerous chemicals, which will make you more susceptible to a deadly case of COVID, if not just to catching it. Then that's proven that air pollution does that. This is an air pollution issue. The American Lung Association is one of the. You might want to read they're very strongly behind this.
Now, when you say that the cars are idling and that there's trucks in lines, are they in line for traffic light, or are they just pulling over on the side of the road and letting the engine run? I mean,
yeah, thank you.
Do they
so
have to
much.
turn their truck off at a traffic light, or
Yeah,
how would
no,
that-
thank you so much for that question to clarification. If you read the motion, this is about needless parked idling. Your vehicle has to be parked or waiting, like let's say you're picking up something at a Target or something, and there's no need for your car to be on. No need. I'm saying needless means needless. It doesn't mean that you're going to get, it's too hot or anything. It means needless car idling, which is what we want to make people aware of. So anytime you're running your car when you're not in traffic and it's not dangerous to turn it off, we're hoping to make people aware that they are going to be protecting themselves and everyone around the vicinity. Like, let's say you worked at Target and you were just putting things in people's trunks all day and they were never turning off their exhaust pipes. You're probably creating a great health risk for yourself.
Robin, I hate to cut you off, but we have a lot of people in here that need to move on. But Robin, thank you so much. I really need to bring in Talar, because she's been waiting patiently. So Talar, I'm allowed you to speak. Talar, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity. Good evening, Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council. My name is Talar Boyajian, and I'm a senior at California State University, Northridge. I'm majoring in liberal studies with a minor in sustainability. Over the course of the semester, my sustainability class group members and I have been working on a successful project to bring awareness around sustainable practices by educating stakeholders. Awareness and implementation of sustainable practices contribute to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, improve health, and save money by decreasing energy use. I'm here today to support the vehicle idling motion to educate stakeholders. Vehicle idling is contributing to smog and climate change, as well as wasting billions of gallons of fuel annually. Public education and awareness around the negative impact of vehicle idling is crucial to help reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and improve the environment. A strategic implementation of this effort can help lead a sustainable future for our community. I thank you for your time and consideration to this important matter.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Ms. Daniels?
Hi, I just wanted to ask, I thought in a previous iteration of this CIS that was on an agenda before that didn't get addressed, there was an exemption for disabled people or for special populations, for lack of a better phrase. And I think that's really important, that you should not turn in a CIS that does not point out that some kind of exemption. For instance, if grandma and kids are in the car, and somebody runs in to pick up an order at a restaurant, the driver runs in to pick up an order at a restaurant, figuring it's going to take very little time. And over the summer or even other times of the year when it's 100 and something degrees in this part of the world, you can't leave grandma in the car without having the air conditioning on. So you got to idle your car. You're expecting you're going to be in and out of the restaurant immediately, but it could take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. And if you have disabled people who are staying in a car while the driver is doing something that that you expect to be real quick, a minute is not long enough to really do anything if you have a person who can't get out of the car. And the idea of the needless idling is important, but that really needs to be in your CIS, that if it's not needless, that's a very important exemption.
I agree.
I do.
Miran or Hassan, which would you?
Hi. So just to address that concern, if you look at the last paragraph, we are basically saying that this ordinance or motion will not hurt low-income or homeless people. It will not be enforced in any way if the health or wellness of the vehicle's occupants are at stake. It will not interfere with necessary emergency and safety vehicle functions or commercial vehicle functions that require a park idling engine. I think that covers quite a bit of ground, frankly. I mean, if you want to start mentioning specific things, it's going to be a big, long page, and I don't believe it would be necessary. The discussion tonight has been pretty much well taken. I think everybody understands we need to make a move. Education is a big part of it. And I think that's the emphasis that I am making on it. And it's been pretty much reflected on this write-up. I don't know what else we can add to make it any stronger, that we are thinking of the homeless folks, special needs, people who may need to have that AC running. Again, it covers schooling, covers those special folks that Ms. Daniels mentioned. So this is the second time we are coming back to the board. We have made all the necessary concerns, corrections to the concerns that were raised last time. So I'm hoping to seek your support and to get this through and making sure we make our impact on this particular motion.
So do you, since there's no more hands raised, do you, Miran, so we can move on for the motion?
Yeah, just one quick. Most cars today since 2009 already have idling, so it's not a new concept at all. Just I want to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr.
Hassan, do we have a motion?
Before that,
Yes,
I didn't
I'm
make
sorry,
a comment.
Assad has a question.
No,
So back to the question on the for like the grandma and everybody in the car, the manufacturers through the technical specs that goes along with the CIS already address that in two ways. So one way, when you get out of the car, you could push the button next to your gear to deactivate the idling to override. The other one, the newer generation of the cars, 2017 through right now, what they do is, and the dealer should tell you that, you double click on the gasoline, and this way you override the idling and the engine stays running. I mean, oftentimes I step out of the car and leave my wife and the kids in the car, and then what I do is I double click on the gasoline, AC stays on, it overrides and the dealers will explain that to you. So the technical aspects, it's a long document and it's not within, I'm not an automobile engineer, so don't quote me on things, but it's being addressed from every single specific item. Thank you.
So let me read the motion. The motion is to approve a CIS as written and attached in support of Council File 19-064, calling for the city attorney and LA Department of Transportation to prepare an ordinance restricting park vehicle idling to 1 minute or less, with exception of emergency vehicles and where idling is needed for the operation of loading and unloading, as well as consideration to homeless folks with vehicles in need of engine running due to extreme cold or heat to generate power for AC or heating. PRNC also supports and promotes an educational aspect of the law to bring awareness to public regarding increased pollution related to idlings of engine.
Second.
I second.
Okay, Gabriel, would you like a call vote?
Yes, sir. Who got second, by the way?
Well, I said it before Mehran, but I'll let Mehran take the floor.
Don't we have to do a
Because-
discussion after the motion is presented?
Yep.
Yes, my apology, please. It was gone on, yes. Discussion from board members, please. We have, okay, go ahead, Brandy, please. You were first.
So I do remember when this was brought before us before, and I'm reading from me reading the exact letter that was written here as the CIS support statement. I don't feel that that this wording adequately addresses what we've brought up before. It says there are exemptions and it says this will not hurt people, but that claiming that it won't isn't quite the same thing as addressing some of the issues that we brought up that are concerns. I would support this if we change our letter to say that we explicitly support an education campaign, and whereas this just looks like it's explicitly supporting the ordinance and saying, hey, there's also an education component. And I would be more inclined to support the CIS with an amended version of this letter that says that we explicitly support an education campaign and not state that we support the ordinance.
Thank you. Jason?
When you do a CIS, you have to do it either in support if amended, or what is, so it's more of a point of clarification. Is
It's
this a
in
no
support.
position?
If you read it, it's in support of the council file.
But I think that, you know, I don't see how DMV can enforce this thing, because DMV doesn't do it. I still, it seems like, you know, you have somebody in a mall or whatever idling. It's DMV is not going to be there. It's going to be LAPD, or somebody has to be there to do the enforcement. So I haven't quite got an answer on who's going to be doing the enforcement. DMV is when you register your car, but on a day-to-day basis. So I think that this would be more of a support if amended, because, you know, I feel like the campaign for education is supported by the board, but I don't necessarily know that the enforcement issues have been addressed on the ordinance side, as well as other.
I like to say, I think I fully understand your concerns, Jason and Brandy. I think we are kind of putting the carriage before the horse, because this is in support of the file. All NCs will say, yes, we support, it's a good idea not to have idling. And really, it's becoming a city motion, or the file as it moves through the different ranks to decide what is it the different departments, LADOT, the city attorney, and whomever, to say what is the best language. So what we have written in here is pretty strong language, which is we really don't want these folks to get hurt, because we want to have some kind of enforcement. I think it's a lot to do with education and some enforcement where someone might say, you know, if it gets to that point and officers say tapping on the window, it's a good idea to shut your engine off if it's a guy sitting, you know, answering his phone and his engine is running, things like that. But I really don't see that we have to worry too much right now trying to mandate what the city should do in their final aspect, because they're going to collect all the inputs from different NCs and I'm sure different NCs will feel pretty much the same about the concern that was raised here. So at the end of the day, either we support this motion or we say we are not supporting it. And, you know, either way, that's fine.
We have a couple more questions. Mr. Lasher.
You're on mute, David.
Unmute yourself, David.
There we go. No, I didn't. You put me back on. I hardly know where to begin. I mean, I love clean air. Who doesn't like clean air? Who doesn't like clean water? But like Jason, it's unenforceable. Why are we pushing a resolution or any kind of action toward the city council for them to make a decision, to make a law to make this prohibited when no one's going to enforce it? We can't get LAPD up here to stop people racing 100 miles an hour up the hill like clockwork. And yet we're going to pass an ordinance to have them go out and write somebody up a ticket for, you know, hey, here, sir, turn your car off. They should be doing that anyway. It's hard enough to legislate human behavior. We've got restaurants operating 6 days a week on the sidewalk that the city police won't go out and deal with now. They won't deal with that. They're not dealing with street racing. They're never going to have the time, much less the desire, to go out and deal with someone idling in a car. You can't get them to go out to a shopping mall for a handicap violation. By the time they get there, 3 people have come and gone from the same space. I just don't understand why pass feel-good measures. The council's never going to approve it. And the state's never going to pass a law or a local ordinance that's going to make this legal. My car already gets smogged every 2 years. I have an older car. I can't afford a new car. I can't afford the new car with the new technology. It's beyond me why we pass stuff like this.
Thank you. Just excuse me 1 second before I take Gabriel. Robin, I know you have your hand up, but we've already moved on to the board members. Thank you. Gabriel?
I agree with Brandy. I extremely agree with Lasher. And I'm 100% pro educating, but I'm very anti any ordinances, any more rules and regulations that won't be enforced by anyone. And no matter what we vote on right now, at the end, it's not going to be our choice what city council will pass. So no matter what we say now, at the end of the day, it's just the vote we're going to make that city council override it anyways. So that's my comment, not a question.
All righty. Do we have any more comments from the board before we move on for the
You have
vote?
Brandy raised hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brandy, please.
Okay. Can I make a supplemental motion to amend the letter?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I make a supplemental motion to amend the current CIS letter to show support, if amended, for a strong educational campaign to stop unnecessary car idling.
So
I second.
where would you like to put that in there? Hold on a second. Hassan, do you see it? So where you can, how would you like to, because you're going to need to change your motion.
I think we have to vote on whether or not my amendment goes forward before figure out where to put it.
Well, I second it, so.
But so we still have to vote on whether or not to pass it. Thank you for seconding.
So my comment, I can add a paragraph to emphasize that this motion is really contingent on more on the education side than implementation. If that is satisfactory, I am more than happy to do that.
Well, that wouldn't be quite the same thing. We can make an explicit statement that we support if amend, and that we strongly support an educational campaign. And we can either not address or say that we are against the passing of an explicit ordinance. But what we have here is support of an ordinance and then a lot of emphasis that it's okay because there's an educational aspect. So we'd have to actually change the community impact statement to say that we support if amended, and to say that we support an educational thing, and either just not address the other aspect or explicitly say that we're not in favor of. You could even write both versions and see which one the board goes for, but just changing what we have here, tweaking what we have here isn't the same thing. Does that make sense?
Let me amend the motion to say that we should make a motion tonight to pass the proposed motion amended based on the, will be amended. I will work with Brandy to make sure that the paragraph she mentioned, or some revision of it, addresses all those concerns, that is more about education than about enforcement. If that is acceptable, I'd like to proceed and propose that this is a motion with the amendment that we will write up and
I
send to.
think if we're going to make the motion tonight, we need to make the changes now to vote on it. Other than that, we'd have to table this again.
Yeah, I think it's a serious rewrite because it's not about emphasizing one part over the other. It's about supporting one part and frankly not supporting the other part. So it's not like, hey, we really like this one better, let's talk about it more. It's, we like this one and we kind of really don't like this other one. So we don't want to say that we support both when I don't think a majority of the board does, but we can vote on that. We should.
One moment. Becky has a comment. Becky, please.
I think we should table it until we have it written exactly how we want it and bring it, unless, is there a reason why we have to rush into this? Bring it back next month when it's written the way the board has suggested.
I agree with
That's
Becky.
just my comment.
So I would like to agree with Becky's comment that we should table this. And Hassan, if you'd like to work with Brandy, I think you guys would be able to come up with a solid community impact statement that would speak volumes that the board would support.
So David, why we can't just add a paragraph that's supporting the educational campaign? That's all what we need to do. I
Well, I
understand the
offered
language
that.
is not going to change, but we can add in the second paragraph that we are going to support this motion based on educational campaign.
So tell the.
I think, sorry,
Go ahead,
I think we can table this and come back with two versions of the letter, if nothing else, because it's not just adding a paragraph that says we really like education. This explicitly states a support for the ordinance, for the enforcement aspect that doesn't seem to be very popular. So what I'm suggesting is a change that doesn't support that aspect. I honestly, I think we should work together to come up with a couple versions of this letter and then let the board pick which version they like.
Thank you. I know Becky still has her hand up. I'm not sure if.
No,
you've got-
no, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, I'll lower that for you. And then Lori, please go ahead.
I just wanted to say I agree with Brandy and everything that's been said about holding off on approving something that's an ordinance. I think I made my position quite clear last time when this came up. I still have a concern about the idling being a minute. I think that's a little bit drastic. And, I don't understand, I guess I'm worried more or less at how it could be abused if it was an ordinance that was passed. And how not just enforced. I feel like someone could abuse it and hurt someone else with this. And I think that it should be rewritten and we should do the education aspect only. My 2 cents.
Thank you. Hassan, what are your thoughts before we move on?
Well, if I have to redo this again, I hope third time is a charm, because I took some good notes from the board members last time. The main concern, frankly, was homelessness and idling from those cars, and also like people waiting for their kids. Tonight there was another sort of spin to this, and why there is ordinance, and I don't recall that much discussion last time about that part of it. I think there was pretty strong argument about, I don't think our police departments or any of the agencies will have enough manpower to go after this. So I'm a bit disappointed with the board not necessarily having given all their comments last time, because it's been 2 months since 2-3 months since the last time. And now here we go again, doing it this way, that way. So I don't have any issue, but I would advise that please, board members, be very clear and specific on your needs. We work very, very hard trying to address this. This has gone through NCSA, couple of other folks, and of course, Robin, nice enough to review, and she's been part of this discussion tonight. And it seems like more excuses sort of have come up. I fully understand what you're saying, but please, if we have to take this and I bring it next time and we address your concern, there has to be no reason for rejection of this motion. Thank you.
Really quick before we move on, I know Jason had his hand up, and Jason always brings volume and quality to a CIS. Jason, did you want to make that comment?
Thank you. When you write the CIS, you have to be very clear what the text of the CIS is. So if you could please just say like CIS text and then put it in quotations, because that tells the person who files the CIS what paragraph to include on the council file. So it should be explicit. I know you have like description here and then you have an actual motion, but what language do you want to go in the CIS text box? That needs to be clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then. So at that moment, I think we're going to go ahead and table this until December. Are we all good? We'll move
No.
on.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, Brandy.
Okay, so if I'm working with Hassan, and I think Miran was already working on it, and then it sounds like maybe we have to ask Jason to make sure it's done. So that's like 4 board members. Do we need to make an explicit ad hoc committee to be allowed to do this without violating the Brown Act?
Well, no, Jason would file the CIS. Jason's not writing this.
No, but I figure that way we'd be allowed to hand it to him so he can read it to tell us whether or not we got the text that we need in there.
Well, I think, go ahead, Jason.
It's fine. I don't need to be involved. All I'm saying is, what text do you want to
the
put on the
quotes.
council
Yeah.
file? Just put it in quotes so we know exactly what the statement is coming from the board in the. That's all.
We'll take care of that.
I understand.
Brandy, you and I and Miran will sort it out.
Okay,
Okay,
cool.
certain. We'll work together.
All right, very good. Thank you. This motion has been tabled. We'll move on now. All right, so where are we here? All right, so this is Assad's motion. Assad, do you want to go ahead and take this?
It's a
It's an
discussion
agenda
and
discussion.
yeah, it's a discussion and possible action to the current Porter Ranch street racing, speeding and traffic violation and exploring measures, and to really acknowledge the letter that Council Member John Lee had sent to the community back now in September. We tabled this from October because CD12 had no presence, and I just checked now, there is no presence, and I sent CD12 Councilman Lee, Chief of Staff, all the members that I deal with, a reminder today, a reminder last week, a reminder 2 weeks before, and it's reaching a point where really we need to escalate this above, and it's I'm not sure what the board recommend. I mean, let me try to share something with you. This is did you see it, this one?
Yes, we shared it. Are you talking about the letter?
Yeah,
or are you
so
talking about your
basically, no, do you see this? The car. This is from a few days ago. David Lasher shared it with us. And you see the car speeding and racing ended in ET Park itself. Thank God it was at night. There is no people in there, no children playing. But if this was daytime, we would have fatalities. And this happens over and over and over. And we are working close with the LAPD Valley on this. We're working with all the captains and they're trying very hard. This is the accident a couple days prior to the other one. And again, this guy, and this happens every other day. And my hands are really getting tied. CD12 is not being responsive. Unfortunately, LAPD meeting happens at the same time right now with our meeting. Last month, we were, because our meeting got shifted from Wednesday to Friday, we were lucky enough to participate. Captain Andy Neiman is very active on this. They had a lot of busts, and I hate to table it again. So.
Well, you know what, today is, once again, we have to be considerate that today is Veterans Day. It is a holiday with the city. I know you're here, but we might consider that, and let's reach out to them one last time. But let's play devil's advocate. Let's say things don't move forward. What's our next step? Do you want to reach out to Mayor Garcetti?
It's your call as a board. I mean, either Mayor Garcetti or Council Member Martinez, since she's in charge of the council. Yeah, she's the president of the council, and we would complain officially. That is, if that's the route the board agrees with. I mean, you are the board. You are the elected officials representing Porter Ranch, and you are the ones who are part of CD12 along with me, and we all live in Porter Ranch. Our councilman lives in Porter Ranch. These donuts and racing and all that is, I'm sure he can hear it at night where he lives. And fatalities, and I mean, my co-chair Gabriel here also, and you are both in the safety committee. And I don't know what else to say. I would like to hear from the board the direction so that I follow on. Thank you.
Okay, so we've quite a few hands raised up, and Jason was the first. Jason Hector, please.
All right. So I was reading the email. It says the community unanswered questions and concerns are they have very limited resources, funding, et cetera, et cetera. So my recommendation would be, because Granada Hills North shares the same problem, and they have a Sunshine Canyon Community Amenities Trust Fund from the dump that is supposed to be for funds within the 5-mile radius. They can be a good partner with us, and we ought to request money to come from the Amenities Trust Fund, because this is the type of community amenities we need, is more patrols. And so that's my first suggestion. Second suggestion, I know you've looked into cameras. I don't know how feasible it is, but it just seems to me like a camera is going to cover a lot of distance. You know, if you try and put in K-rails or those different barricades, they'll just move to another area. But it seems like where that accident was is a perfect spot for a camera to shine down Reseda. And then you could have another camera at the end of Cessnon going west, shooting westbound. So I don't know if cameras are going to be feasible. It doesn't really seem like something we can afford to do. But I think I guess my third point, when you say what direction, I think we do need to send a letter to all of the members of the Public Safety Committee. So that would be Councilman Lee. Who's the president? Is it Monica Rodriguez, I believe? So if you want a next step, I would say let's formulate some recommendations at the board level. But I think we can continue to work with Councilman Lee's office. We could also send a letter requesting funding, like I said, about from the Amenities Trust Fund. So those are two separate suggestions. Thank you for.
Yeah, Jason, just to clarify, the issue here is CD12 from October 2019 up to now does not communicate with me, Balin, or Gabriel on any of the issues.
Just send a letter.
Yes, I know I send letters. I send emails. I was going to bring it up yesterday when John Lee was at the Northridge Neighborhood Council meeting and ask him, you know, but I didn't want to invade other people's neighborhood council. Yes, sir.
Assad, we have not approved a letter from the board yet that has gone on this issue. I don't believe we've approved a letter from the board to go to Councilman Lee's office yet. That's step one. We haven't done that, right? So
Thank you.
Let's do it.
Thank you, Jason. David Lasher.
Yeah, I definitely think I agree with, I hear Assad what he's saying in terms of the lack of support coming from CD12. And I live on a busy street. The I sent 3 photos to Assad. Those were 2. I shot all those 2 in a third accident. And those are just 2 or 3 that I was there for. For all I know, there are dozens of other ones. And at the very least, people talk about, there's also misunderstanding. They want speed bumps and speed humps. You can't do half the things the public wants legally per state and federal highway code up on Cessna and Reseda. You can't put speed humps across that road, but a center median, having a discussion on that, moving that forward is key at this point. Getting a center median so people can't do the donuts, the width of that 5-lane expanse, putting bollards in across the end of Cessna so these vehicles don't cross a sidewalk or go into the park. We need to forward the discussion to get some action done in that respect, because honestly, I don't think we're ever going to get routine LAPD patrols on an hourly or even a 4 or 5 hour basis. They go up there, there are 5 or 6 available when there's a collision into the road there. You go up there after the collision, 3 fire trucks, 2 ambulances, a helicopter, and 5 police cars, but you can't get them on a Saturday at 10 o'clock when someone's doing a donut, or even Sunday afternoon at 6 p.m. when they're doing donuts. So at this point, forwarding any kind of action is going to be what I'd like to see as well. So maybe send a letter, get someone's attention, try to get some other action like the bollards or something else.
We all know that, all we can do is continue to, bang on Councilman Lee's door, because there will be a death up here. And at the end of the day, and unfortunately it will, because we're getting more and more accidents and there's more and more racing. And, and if he wants to throw a deaf ear or a blind eye to this situation, it's going to fall on him. Lori?
Yeah, I wanted to ask basically, where are we standing right now? Are we talking about writing a letter right now? What is this motion that we're talking about?
So what I'm gonna request from Assad, just so you know, is once again to table this. I'm gonna ask for Assad to have a committee meeting with the traffic and safety and write a letter that we can bring back to the board and agree to submit it and send it on behalf of the Port Orange Neighborhood Council. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and I second on that.
Okay, and I would suggest we CC up if CD12 has been so quiet. Like Jason was saying, we can select the safety committee that's on the council for it to go to, as opposed to just sending it to CD12.
Agreed. Miran?
So Assad, your main objective from the motion is to communicate with the council office, and you need to hear back from him. That never happened yet. Your councilman is silence. Writing only a letter to his level is not enough. I think we should have more efforts to go on a higher level. We need to make sure that under all the regulations and the protocol, a councilman should never ignore his stakeholders, his Port Orange Neighborhood Council. You just mentioned since October till now, he is not talking to us. What we are going to do? Table, I got it. But we need to take a comprehensive and a concrete action right away. I want to hear from my council. He wants to hear from his council. You can write many letters, but I think that writing a letter to him is not enough. We should go to a higher level. We should open this dialogue. We are servicing our community and our stakeholders, and we own answer for them. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mehran. I guess I'll take, Mehran recommendation and Jason and Lori and the whole board. I'll prepare within our committee a letter and bring it back. And meanwhile, the next 4 weeks, I'll maintain the channels and contact the councilman office again and try to see how we can move forward positively. I like the recommendation. Jason's idea is an excellent way to do it. This way, at least that will be, I will call it the last hay before it breaks the camel back. Before we go to the mayor's level and all that other levels, I'll follow the board direction and do one formal letter from yourself, the president, and bring it to the board attention for approval. Yeah.
By me, we have one last, we have Gabriel, please. And then we have Hassan. Everybody's okay.
All
Go
right,
ahead, Gabriel.
Assad, I agree. Let's have a meeting with safety committee. Let's write the letter and possibly see if we can set up an emergency meeting with the board and pass this motion urgently. I was at all those accidents. I have videotapes of all those accidents. Sorry, I missed you last year. You were there too, apparently. But I think all of us should go to these scenes, videotape it, document them, expose it, show it online like I did last one. I will be from now on every single time. So there's no ifs, buts, where, who was there, who wasn't there, etc. And it's time for the city to take action. I've seen way too many accidents. I hear way too many accidents. My phone goes off nonstop at nights with alerts with accidents in the area. And it's time for the city to take action. And I'm very pro the cameras, but the cameras need to be monitored by LAPD. Otherwise, they're useless. If LAPD doesn't see it happen, no matter any of us videotaping anything, they can't prosecute, they can't go after anyone unless if LAPD has the actual video themselves. So
Perfect.
We can start by doing what we can, and hopefully they follow through and do what's right.
Becky had a comment. Becky?
Yeah, a couple. First of all, I don't know what the legality is of using cameras, how that would hold up in court. We tried to do that a few years back with some other areas, and it didn't hold up in court. Secondly, I would suggest that you have a joint board meeting with the safety committee so the entire board can weigh in on this with their ideas, because we have a lot of very good ideas, but when you have the committee structure that we have on this board, only 3 board members can attend, just as Brandy pointed out in the previous motion. And I think we should take advantage of that tool that we have and bring the whole board together to draft a letter or a resolution to send to the councilman. That's my suggestion.
Thank you. Hassan?
Thank you.
Yes, I fully agree with Asad and other comments here. What I would like to see, frankly, is if there is, for whatever reason, there is a lack of good communication with the councilman's office, I would like to ask the board, or perhaps yourself, David, board president, to formally invite him, John Lee, to come to one of our meetings, preferably in December. There's plenty of time for a 15-minute, 20-minute time next month. And not only we can present the motions while he's available, but also discuss some of the concerns. Because if Porter Ranch is one of the areas that Councilman Lee represents, and there is such a lack of communication from what I'm hearing, I do have some serious concerns. And I don't think this has to go to the mayor's office or anyone in that level, but after the entire board gets a chance to see and interact with him, hopefully if he shows up, then we can formulate a better response. And if for whatever reason he doesn't show, then all board members can feel that we do have a good reason together to support a letter or whatever we need to do to get his attention. So that's my proposal.
Thank you. David Lasher, last comment.
Yeah, so part and parcel with this, I'd like to see us get some data. I know that Gabriel's seen a bunch of accidents there. I've been to a bunch. When I hear them go by, I'll follow the fire. I see a helicopter, I'll go up the street and see them or hear them on my phone. I don't know how many I missed. I'd like to know how many accidents have occurred in Cessna and Reseda, and how many reports of street racing we've had. We can't put a scale of the problem, because then if we have, had there been 15 accidents in the last year at Reseda and Cessna, that's statistically a big deal, because it's a quiet little intersection in the middle of nowhere at the top of a hill. So I think we should, as part of this, get the data on how many accidents and how many reports of street racing and collisions we've had contingent to Porter Ranch in this period, especially in those problem areas. We all know where those are.
Thank you. Assad, why don't you go ahead and give us your plan of action?
Right, so I'll follow all your recommendations. I like what Jason started, and I like Becky's suggestion, and just to remark to David Lasher, yes, these are the questions like the ones you put and all that, in which we wanted Matt Hernandez to address today per the letter that John Lee sent to the community in September. We wanted to know, because the letter is telling the community to send all the emails of the pictures, the videos, and everything to the councilman office. And we wanted to know, is there a database? Even the deputy city attorney, the prosecutor, she's not aware of any of all this, because I mean, these are third-party items. So the next action item, I'll follow your guidance, and I'll follow Becky's suggestion. We'll do a joint safety committee general meeting, maybe a special meeting like Gabriel suggested, and this way we have a full time to discuss and address this concern. Thank
Very
you.
good. Before we move on, I want to make sure, Becky, was your hand up or did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just have a quick comment. Valley Traffic should have a lot of that information as far as the intersections where the accidents are, the number of fatalities. Valley Traffic, I would think, has a record of all of that, and I think that's a good place to start.
Thank you. All right, on that note, item number 8 will be tabled until we have our special meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right, on that note, we will go to item number 9. We have board comments. Who would like to start on their board comments? Lori Choi.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say the outreach for Halloween was mildly successful. We got several pictures in. I do want to ask that the board please make sure you're following us on Facebook and liking the photos that come in. You know, if it looks pretty bad, if we have our own pictures up there and I'm just liking them myself. You know, Moran submitted some, Gabriel, you did. I never got anything from Becky, but that would have been great. And you know, I posted some of my own up there just to have some more, and there were a couple of other folks that did. So just in the future, please let me know if you think anything should be posted, like do we post those pictures of the accidents, and make a comment that we are working on trying to get the street racing solved in Porter Ranch. Do we put that on Facebook? You know, please let me know what you want said. You know, it's a really great resource to reach out to folks. And I will repost the CAG survey as well. And please take a look at that. And if you haven't filled it out yourself, please be sure to do so. So at least the board members have filled out this health survey, if you feel like you should. I mean, that's our personal preference. I did it, but you know, please be sure to do it if you have a moment to do so. And that's it for me.
Thank
Okay,
you, Lori.
I'll go next, Mr. President.
Please go ahead, Assad.
All right. So I'll start with the good news. So we had reduction in the wire theft, the copper wire theft, and I want to thank the city of LA for the fast response for repair on Long Tampa and Porter Ranch Drive and Mason, and the installation of what do you call it, theft resistance pull boxes. And thanks to Lori, she shared that in her newsletter. Also, I want to thank our guest, Ken Feruzman, that attended last time from LADOT, and Chappelle for the fast progress on the traffic light on Porter Ranch Drive, north of Rinaldi. And hopefully by Christmas is going to be ready and operational. And this way it enhances the safety of the people going from the vineyard to the shopping center. Also, I'd like to thank LAPD Captain Burns and Captain Neiman for the fast action on catching few speeders along Rinaldi. I'm observing some progress on Alicia Canyon monitoring system, and I would like to thank our ad hoc president, David Balin, on getting some action on that. The one item we're lagging behind is the discussion on our board on the media item that is being discussed, the media publication in which it regulates the cyber world, cyber media. And one item I've been very vocal on it, and I'll repeat it again, cyber safety is not addressed. So we as a board, maybe the next meeting would need to discuss the media. I don't know if anybody had read the document. It's a long, lengthy document, but all other boards had made comments about it. Also, we had some complaints about RVs, which I referred to CD12 for solution because LAPD cannot act on these given the RVs are with homeless or occupancy. Also, the accidents that we just discussed were all referred to CD12. The good news, safe routes to school discussions are ongoing on LADOT. And as I promised the safety committee, I will get a resolution on this. My target is before Christmas, but as you know, most of the city forces is on shutdown because of the COVID. Besides that, if there is any safety issues, please bring it to us and to the committee. And I kindly request not to be discussing our safety issues outside the bound of our neighborhood councils without referring it to our president, David. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other committees? Jason, did you have an update on
Yeah.
beautification? Or, oh, there you are. I didn't see your hand up, but I was, because we got a lot. I know you have a lot, so feel free. I know you can go over
All
your
right.
2 minutes, please.
So the art boxes have been scheduled to be painted the last week of November and the first week of December. The beautification committee will be having a meeting. I'm going to set the meeting for November 24th, which is the fourth Tuesday of the month. And I plan on putting town hall, possible wildfire town hall on the agenda, as well as looking at what kind of improvement projects we could potentially do in the community, from anything dealing with trees to stumps to weed abatement, various topics like that. If there's anything that you would like to see the committee look into, please email me personally, and then I can try and put it on the agenda. So
Jason, did you want to, now that the boxes are moving forward, did you want those boxes or do you want those on the website?
yeah, I
What was sent
emailed,
from 11/11? Would you like that, or how would you
yeah,
like to move forward on that?
I think, Lori, I sent you the information a while back. There's 5 out of the 6 boxes are good to go. There's one that they still have not scheduled, but there's all the dates and times on there when they're, I'll send you the latest version. And yeah, I think now we can start to like put it on the calendar and start to let the community know that yes, they will be painting the boxes, and you can tell them the location, the artist, and the picture of the artist. There's a way that we can kind of crop it and make it nice. I just wanted to say a couple things. I want to thank Hassan and Miran for the work that you've done on the CIS. I know it's frustrating to keep having CISs come back to the board, but I want to acknowledge your work. And I think writing a CIS is extremely important. So I commend you for that. And, I brought CISs to the board, have gotten shot down too. So don't feel so bad. We want to get it right. We're trying to, we're not against you. We're trying to get it right. So, I want to thank the safety committee as well for all the work that they're doing on this street racing. And same thing, we want to get it right. There's one last thing I want to bring up. We have a lot of our Armenian brothers and sisters who are going through a difficult time in their homeland. And I think it would be nice, even if it's at the end of this meeting, but some way that we can show our solidarity with them or show our support for them, because I think it's an important part of our Porter Ranch community. And I think that it's important to recognize what people are going through. And so that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandy?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll start by saying I second Jason's sentiment that we're supporting you, Hassan, and I look forward to working with you on the CIS. We just want to do this right, and thank you for all the work you've already put into this. I also want to say Happy Veterans Day, and thank you for your service for all the veterans that are in attendance here today. Okay, so homelessness has been obviously quite a focus recently, dealing with the aftermath of Judge Carter's ruling. And I've been pulled into so many meetings lately from different organizations, which is good because I've also learned a lot about what everybody's trying to do right now very quickly. And the number one thing I want to get across to everybody here is that if you know of any privately owned spaces, especially religious spaces, religious organizations that own excessive land that they are willing to use for the building of ADUs, additional dwelling units, or extra housing or anything like that, please send them my way. Please connect to me. There are groups that are looking for that so that we can build. Having said that, the different varying groups that are trying to build very quickly housing for the homeless are running into a couple of repeated issues. One of which is material costs are spiking. There is a shortage of lumber due to all the wildfires, and there's a shortage of cement due to the fact that, surprise, surprise, there's a shortage of sand of all things, to the point that there's actually a sand mafia in the world now. And that's a thing. And people have been killed over sand. And you never would think that. But it is an issue. And the sand that we use for cement is in high demand and low resourced. And so cement is becoming excessively expensive right now. Additionally, something that we can make a difference with is the permitting process. Even when fast-tracked, permitting offices are so apparently understaffed that for the city of LA, permitting can take 1 to 3 years. And I've been told the county can be double that of up to 6 years. So I've heard that from multiple sources. And that's something that we need to make sure that we lean on our city officials to ensure that there's enough staffing and that they can speed through where necessary permits so that we can actually get these things built. So we need space and we need support. And those are the things. I'm going to have another homeless committee meeting hopefully later this month before Thanksgiving. And there's a lot of people who want to come and speak. So that's what we're working on.
And on that note, before we move on, both to you and Jason, please provide me your agendas, in a timely manner, so I'm able to get that out there for you. Thank you very much. David Lasher?
I had a question. I know that for Brandy, I know that the mayor had looked at one point of requiring homes that are vacant to be used for housing. And I don't know if anything had happened that legislatively. You couldn't sit on a vacant house, for example, or if you had a house that was under construction, you need to keep going. There's a house across the street from my house that's been boarded up for 8 years. It's completely wrapped in particle board. The city considers it not abandoned because no one can get inside of it. If someone could get into it, like a homeless person or a squatter, it would then become a nuisance. But it's not a nuisance because it's completely ensconced in particle board. They were looking at legislation. Have you heard of any movement on that? Because I mean, we've got homes all over the area that have been occupied in years.
The last thing I heard on vacancies was the attempt of a vacancy tax, but I hadn't heard anything else. I know that part of the issue is that everybody's kind of getting pulled 17 directions, and that's slowing down some movement in some areas. But if you do know any places like that, send me the address, and I will look into specifically to report next month anything on that particular aspect.
All right. Thank you. And now that we're falling behind, Hassan, please.
Just a quick update. We had a good discussion with a very intelligent and educated person named Christine Ryok. I hope I'm pronouncing the last name correctly. This is a person that was referred to as David by yourself. And she's a graduate of CSUN. She worked for City of LA. A word of knowledge when it comes to sustainability and different aspect of how to get things done. Myself, Asad, and Mehran, we had a meeting with her along with another Christian lady. She was from Institute for Sustainability Infrastructure. And I just say we had a very good discussion and hopefully a start of a very good project or program with them. CD12, Mr. Ron was invited and he briefly attended that meeting. Also, CSUN Sustainability is part of that and they would like to support that. So I'm hoping over the next several months we can get some projects started and also have some educational program which would help us tremendously to bring our community up to date in terms of what are the things they can do to be more sustainable and support sustainability projects. And we also have the next follow-up meeting coming up on I believe November 20th, and Asad and Mehran will be part of that. So we are all working together very closely. Despite the COVID and so forth, I think phone calls and Zoom are working great. So appreciate that. And also thank you, Brandy and Jason, for your comments. I'm not upset about anything. I just like to get things done and, hopefully we'll get it done next time in December. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. But by the way, just a thought, if we do have a special board meeting to get the letter out, I think we can probably get your letter out at the same time. Just keep that in mind.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Iran, let's wrap this up so we can move on to the budget advocate. Thank you.
As they say, education is a weapon, and my goal is to increase community awareness by education and outreach committee about PRNC, and I am going to work on the technicality with my committee of creating a webinar seminar online. This is something that I like to do it. I think that one of the webinars that I like to create is to educate the students about the future of the elections, and which is not aware, they are not aware in our district. And also I like to work with my committee very shortly about possibly going back to school and the hybrid scheduling, and also to talk about the homeless students that has been increasing in LUSD and in our district. And also I would like to bring up about education sustainability as whole for green solution and energy, because there are some private schools, they are already talking about it and they are educating their students. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move on to item number 10, budget advocates. I think Brian Allen is still here, hopefully. Do we have a budget advocate in the room?
You're right, David. I am here.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours, Brian.
All right, thank you. Good evening. And we don't have a lot to share with anybody at the moment because we're going through a lot of internal strife. I'm not sure if you're aware. We have recently learned that the city is looking at the fact that the budget deficit that they're anticipating could be in excess of $700 million. My personal belief that it could be greater than that because we keep being locked down to a certain extent and the revenues that they would have normally anticipated are just not coming in. We are seeing that is causing a lot of departments to have major problems. Dunn has lost a lot of personnel. The city clerk has lost personnel. It's very difficult on every department right now. I would caution all individuals in the city to recognize that when you're looking for city services, recognize that they are at least going to be delayed, if not in some ways reduced, because the funds just aren't there to maintain the city departments. So just be aware of that. I will also share with you that there is a group, it's a group that of budget advocates who, a few of them have already resigned as budget advocates, who have set up a new organization in order to look at the services that are provided to the city in different NC areas and try to provide information to those NCs that would help them understand what they can achieve. Unfortunately, it's an adversarial group, and I say this to you simply because while I don't think anybody in Region 2, which is the region we're in, is going to be contacted, they may. And you may get a contact from this group. They are called the Budget Tribunes, and they may be coming in and asking to present their organization and ask for your proxy in order to provide them the ability to operate on your behalf. Proxies are a very questionable thing right now. We're trying to get an answer to whether or not that is an appropriate thing to do. We have always used, we the budget advocates have always used the idea that the NCs, because we're called Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates, that the NCs have, by virtue of providing reps, budget reps to the budget advocates, that they are showing their proxy in the name of those budget reps. But we don't use that term. The city does not use that term. It is nowhere in the charter. So that is an issue that you may or may not be confronted with, and I think you should just be aware of it. And so we're trying to make everybody aware of the issues that we currently see. And we're dealing with them, and we will update you as we go along as to what's happening there. Other than that, there may be other things that I'm not thinking of at the moment, but nothing serious or important other than we keep asking for your input. We would like to know if there is anything that you feel we need to look into and get back to you on. And we are continuing to look at departments right now. We are setting up individual department meetings, but we have, as we've said before, the budget advocates have broken down into different categories of interviews with the city in order to address things, other things in the city, like equity of services, etc. So if there's any questions,
Brian, I have a call, I have a hand up from David Lasher. David, please go ahead.
Brian, I don't know if you heard this, maybe you can confirm this, and if I've heard it from two different sources that don't know each other. I've been told that the city is currently using the budget. They're going to try to get rid of all LAPD motorcycle traffic law enforcement. And I don't know if you heard that figure. They're talking about not having the money to do things in that respect, but if they get rid of all the motors in the city, we're going to have people sacrificed on the altar of finding money for something else. Without speed enforcement, it's already bad enough with the speeding, and if you remove all that enforcement gone, there are going to be increased deaths from pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicle collisions. Have you heard that discussion at all?
indeed, that is an issue that the LAPD is looking at. They're trying to determine if they are going to eliminate motors. We hope that that's not true. We do have an LAPD budget advocate committee, and it will be brought up in the committee. But at the moment, there's no absolute firm decision, but it is being looked at. And as you may know, there was a major fatal traffic accident on Balboa, almost to Woodley at the top of the hill. And we're asking for motors to be out there almost on a daily basis in order to try to slow down the traffic just on Balboa itself. And Rinaldi is the same problem. They're speeding on Rinaldi. not quite as heavy as on Balboa, but still the valley is it's large and it's difficult to get from one side to the other or through. And so there's a lot of people that are very impatient. And so we're hoping that they do not shut that down, but the fact is there is no money for some of these services. There will be other services that will be eliminated, such as cannabis, trafficking, human trafficking, etc. There are services that the LAPD has taken on because they were the largest department in the city. And so when they didn't know where to put a request for some services, they put it in LAPD. Unfortunately, some of those are going to go away. Now, maybe they shouldn't have been there to begin with, and they need to find another way to provide those services. And I don't have a problem with that if that's the case. But indeed, there are services that are going to be eliminated.
Well, I think their mission's gotten too big in certain aspects, but it's called Valley Traffic Division for a reason. And we need to ensure,
indeed.
we need to write our council members individually and whatnot, because that's a major people, literally, without mincing words, people will die if they remove all traffic law enforcement for motorcycles in the city. There's no one else doing it.
Thank you, David.
Well, I'm assuming that what you're saying is you want us, the budget advocates, to address that as a point of view from Porter Ranch, and we'll be happy to do that if that's what you're saying.
Brian, I've got
Yes.
two questions that I want to wrap this up really quick because we're falling way behind. I've
I have
got
a
Glenn.
question
I'm going to
on
let
the
Glenn.
Q&A. Yeah, go ahead.
Assad, one moment, please. Glenn, go ahead.
Oh, I put it in Q&A. Brian, did you want to just give an update on the postponed equity funding town hall?
Yeah, I guess we should. I assume that you know that the Porter Ranch knows that there was going to be a town hall on equity funding. Actually, we were originally intending to have quarterly town halls. Those did not materialize, and the one that was scheduled for here in November has been postponed, maybe indefinitely for this year, due to the budget advocates having just too much infighting. And I hate to say it that way, but I have to be honest. It just wasn't going to be able to come together appropriately, so we canceled it. And hopefully we'll get back to some of that in the future.
Thank you. Last question, Jason. Let's finish this up. Thank you.
I'll just make it quick. I think that the budget advocates really need to consider the real possibility of a bankruptcy in the city, because this is going to linger on. So that's just a comment. And then, are they looking at discretionary accounts? I know I saw an email from Liz regarding that, but is there a committee on discretionary accounts? Because I think as the funding is drying up in the city, this is an important area that we ought to look at for funding. So those are kind of just comments. Thank you.
Well, you're absolutely right. And with regards to the discretionary funds, this year we are taking attempting to take a look at those. But in all reality, the discretionary funds, these pieces are just not enough dollars to make a big difference. The city cannot go bankrupt. It doesn't have the right to go bankrupt. But in terms of, does it have enough money to maintain? Yes, indeed, it is very possible that the city will shut services down beyond the ability to provide appropriate services and safety. And that's a problem that needs to be addressed, and we will be trying to do that as well.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, David. Unmute yourself, David. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Brian. At this time, we're going to go ahead and move on. We asked for a 10-minute break. I hope the board would consider a 5-minute break because we have our elections and we really need to move on. Would a 5-minute be enough, or do we need 10?
5 is fine.
Okay, well then, let's just say that, I'm sorry?
That's great.
Okay, perfect. Well, let's everybody just come back in 5 minutes, please. Thank you. So all candidates, I'm going to go ahead and bring you guys in as panelists because you will be speaking to the board. So you're going to see your movement on this.
David, sorry, David, I missed what you're saying.
I was just making a comment that the 5 panelists that I put in alphabetical order, I will be bringing them in as a panelist to speak to the board.
Excellent. All right. You don't need me. Okay, you do it. Okay.
No, to you. I was trying to reach David.
Yeah, I didn't understand. Oh, muting yourself on your computer, I guess you meant.
Yeah, I was muted. Hey, David, before the meeting gets started, could I just give you a 5-second update?
Talking to me?
No, I was.
Gotcha. Okay.
David, Glenn is asking you a question. Can you hear? You're muted.
I was muted. My wife is printing, so go ahead, Glenn. My apology.
Okay, so I just wanted to give you a heads up. We've got a workaround for tonight, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that Gary Fordyce did try to get into the meeting several different ways. I advised him on several options. He has not been successful. So what I'm doing is just putting up my phone, giving him audio, but it has to do with, I mean, I had no problem getting in, so I'm not sure, but you know, you've got to put in your email address and then your name and get in. But he did try dialing in, so I just wanted to let you know that there's something going on that he wasn't able to get in that way. I just wanted to give you a heads up.
So I have, just so you know, I have Assad as a co-host. Assad, have you seen anybody coming in as on a phone?
No, I didn't see anybody, and I didn't see anybody in the waiting room with a phone number.
Yeah.
Can you
I tried.
give?
We tried the phone. It didn't work. We tried both the number on the agenda and plus the generic Zoom number. We're working around for tonight, but I just kind of wanted to give you heads ups. Just, you know, maybe for next time we can figure out what went wrong. Anyway. Okay.
We'll figure
That's
it
all.
out.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, Jennifer's in. And let's go. Mark is in. Who do we have here? I don't see Lloyd. Okay. Jennifer. Okay. And I don't see Edvin.
You see, there is Sandy Menessian. Maybe.
No, Edvin said he's not going to make it today.
Okay.
Oh.
All right then. Well, then I think we can move ahead. And I think is everybody back on the board? I think everybody looks. I think everybody's back. All right. So then, what I would like to do is, it looks like we have 3 people attending. We have 2 people that we can consider their write-in information, and since we do have 5 candidates, but at this time, I would like to go ahead and turn the floor over to Ani Akabarian. If I said that correctly, or if I slaughtered it, please correct me. You're unmuted, so feel free to speak. Ani, you have 2 minutes, and then we will go ahead and have comments from the board with just questions for you.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. President, and board members. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to introduce myself and also be considered as a candidate. I'm a practicing attorney for the past 22 years, and what I can say about what I really do in matters in my practice is to listen, to understand, and to find solutions. As a temporary judge for the past 17 years, I was appointed by the presiding judge of the California Superior Court, County of Los Angeles, to serve on the bench. And each time I take the bench, I still have to listen. I have to understand the facts and the law. And also, the most important part of what I do is to make those hard, difficult decisions on the bench at a very restrained time. So as a board member for the San Fernando Valley Bar Association, I had to work closely with my fellow board members. We had to collaborate, share ideas, support one another in order to be able to respond to the challenges and the needs of the Valley community by donating our time and our resources to the San Fernando Valley Bar Association's public service programs. As a resident of the Portal Ranch for the past 18, almost 19 years now, I'm aware of all the changes and the challenges that we're facing as a community on a daily basis. And I have a special interest in that I live in this community. So I do see firsthand what we're facing, and I would love to be part of this fabulous group of people to be able to contribute back to my community. I understand the responsibilities and the commitments that will be required of me as a board member. I also do understand that I need to be the voice of the community and at the same time be a liaison between the individual people, parties in the community and the officials, the city or the governmental officials. So it will be a privilege for me to work along each and every one of you and to be able to contribute, to share my ideas, to bring whatever I can bring to offer to help achieve the goals that we have as a neighborhood council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and mute Ani there. Okay. I want to go ahead and bring Jennifer in. Jennifer, you want to unmute yourself?
I think it's unmuted.
Yes, you are. Good evening.
Hi. I don't see that I'm on video. Am I?
You can turn your video on.
I had it on earlier, but unfortunately it's not showing now. But anyway, I wanted to thank you for inviting me tonight. And first,
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'd really like to see what you look like.
Let me see how I can. It was each time I've been on your board meetings, I've been able to show video, but I'm not really sure why I'm not able to right now.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'll fix it.
Thank you.
Try now, Jennifer. Unmute yourself, please.
Sorry
There
about
you
that.
are.
Yeah,
Perfect.
my son was using my my computer earlier for a party for a friend who was going to Hawaii. So you'll have to bear with the background for now. So I did want to thank you for inviting me tonight. And before I get too far into it, I want to wish all of the veterans on the call a happy Veterans Day. I did see in one of the candidate forms that there is a fellow Marine who is a candidate, and I just wanted to say a special Semper Fi to Mark. And in addition to the information that I provided on my candidate application, I just wanted to let you know that one of the main reasons that I'd like to be on the neighborhood council is that I just have a big passion for volunteering. I've done it since childhood. I've raised my children to be volunteers and to really commit to being involved in the community in which we live. And some of the focus that I have is on food insecurity and hunger issues. And we work on that as a family, but also through programs through our church and also through my employer's volunteer program. And I was elected to be a member of my homeowners association board and served a 2-year term there as the vice president of the board. And during that time, it was a really good introduction for me to understand how boards function. And I think that background combined with what I've already mentioned in my application would be something that I could use to really advocate on a more broad scale through the neighborhood council and for the people of the Porter Ranch community. And I know I want to keep this to around 2 minutes. So just a little bit about myself personally. I love dogs. I love sports. I'm so very excited that the Dodgers and the Lakers brought home championships to the city. And I love enjoying the outdoors, all the green spaces that we have here, even in the North Valley, but also throughout the Los Angeles area. And in pre-COVID times, and hopefully soon post-COVID, I really enjoy to travel. So that's a little bit about me in addition to the information you already have on the form. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark? Good evening.
Good evening, all, and good evening, Mr. President and board members. I want to thank you all for this opportunity. Just wanted to get right to the point. I've spent the last, I would say, hour to 2 hours listening to all of the items that you've been going over, and I must commend you all and the job that you're doing, and actually your patriotism to the Porter Ranch community as a whole. That being said, I've applied in this direction into this position because I myself am very patriotic. Thank you for the Happy Veterans Day call from you, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. I did serve my country willingly and proudly, and to this day, I'm still Semper Fi, always faithful to my service members. I do dedicate my time to veterans at the VA hospital. This is something I do of my own to help them. I heard a lot of the homeless conversations taking place regarding, people in our community. And what I do know from going to the VA hospital, a lot of those homeless people are veterans. And that touches my heart. And it really motivates me to want to become, a part of this membership here in Porter Ranch and to do what I can do to help my fellow veterans in this case. As we all have seen, there's been a rise in unrest throughout our country, putting COVID-19 aside. We've had major protests regarding race issues that have just welled up in our nation today. I feel like I'm uniquely poised to be able to at least bridge the gap in communication when it comes to racial relationships. And that goes back for me to the Marine Corps. I go way back in the Marine Corps. We used to have a thing called Human Relations Day, where our own purpose was to literally bring everyone together to have a single focal point, which is to accomplish whatever that we set out to accomplish. That being said, I live here in Porter Ranch. I love the community. I am aware of some of the items you've brought up already, the racing in the streets, et cetera. We have children and, that are in these neighborhoods, and it is something that needs to be handled at some point. I don't want to take up a lot of time. I am a businessman. I've ran very large businesses, multi-million-dollar caps, et cetera. Now I currently have kind of resigned from that business and opened up an insurance company. That being said, I would really appreciate your consideration to be added to, I would say, this esteemed board, at least from what I've been listening thus far.
Thank you very much. So at this time, because we have Lloyd and Edvin Dinshow, I'm going to turn this over to the board members. So board members, what I would like to do is, since Ani started first, everybody, please, let's give each candidate, we'll do.
Wait, David, We have another candidate in the attendees room. Lee Comer
Okay.
is in the attendees room.
All right, then let's bring Lee in. He wasn't there.
Lee Comer.
Didn't Lee pull out of the election?
No, he pulled
Lou,
out.
Lou withdraw from the
Yeah,
election.
he withdrew.
We withdrew.
Oh, he did. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, he withdrew from the
Yeah.
election.
So, Mr. President, shall I start the first question?
Yeah, well, let me finish, please. So what I would like to do is, let's do 5 questions. Whoever comes up first, the first 5. We'll do 5 to Ani, 5 to Jennifer, 5 to Mark. And then our votes will be, we're not writing votes down. Our votes will be transparent and they'll be publicly known. And on that note, Assad, feel free to ask your first question to Ani Akbarian.
My question actually will go to the 3 candidates. As you know, for the past few years, we deal intensively with the Alicia Canyon issue. And just to make sure, I mean, Annie, you're an attorney, and the other candidates, I'm not sure how they're involved. Just to make sure that there is no conflict of interest, are you representing in somehow any clients or any issues that you think might prevent you from voting on any Alicia Canyon that come in, which will force you to recuse yourself? And this is question to all 3 candidates. Thank you.
So then we'll go let Ani start, and then we'll follow with Jennifer and then Mark. Thank you.
David, I'm sorry. Are there 3 candidates or 2?
We have 3. We have Ani, we have Jennifer, we have Mark Haynes. The other 2, Lloyd.
Is Jennifer here?
Yes, Jennifer spoke.
Okay, and
Remember, she
did-
was the one who we couldn't turn on her video, and then we found her video.
Okay, and so we have Ani and we have
Jennifer.
Mark and Jennifer,
That's correct.
and no one else is here.
No, Edvin and Lloyd did not show, as well as Lee Comer had decided he wanted to
Right.
join committees. And that's what I highly recommend to anybody that would like to be on the board. Always start on committees. It's the best way to get your feet wet and really understand the board. So once again, Ani, would you go ahead and answer the question for Assad? You can unmute yourself. Ani?
Yes, I did. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
there you are.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I got on, I got muted. Thanks for that question, Assad. Of course, I think that's a very legitimate question. I do not represent anyone involving Aliso Canyon at all. Although I am myself a part of one of the claimants in the ongoing litigation that's going on with Aliso Canyon. So you may rest assured that I would not have a conflict of interest with reference to any client or with the neighborhood council.
Same question would go to Jennifer.
I know I don't have any conflict of interest at all. I'm not a claimant, and although I'm a paralegal, I don't work on any matters involving the canyon.
Thank you. Mark?
No conflict of interest at all.
Thank you. All right. These are too easy today. Let's move on. Who had a next question? One moment. Becky, you have, go ahead, Becky. What is your question?
My question is, have all of you attended neighborhood council meetings? Is this your first neighborhood council meeting, or have you been involved or attended meetings for the neighborhood council in the past?
Yes, thank you. I have not been active. I've attended in the past, but I have not been, regular attendee. Let's put it this way. So I was involved with the neighborhood watch program that was being administered by the LAPD Devonshire Division at some point for a number of years. where I held meetings at my own house. As I was and the way it came up to me, this issue, this whole thing came up to me because I was victimized by a burglary at my own house. And that's how I learned what I need to do. And I kind of got my feet wet with the LAPD and got very involved after that. But that would be the extent of my involvement.
Thank you. Jennifer, same question.
Hi, yes, I have attended, not every month, but I've attended several of the meetings in the past. I've also attended committee meetings. I know I attended one of the beautification committee meetings, and then one that David headed up that I believe related to safety. I'm not entirely sure. It was, you talked about the speeding, and then there was another one where you talked about extensively, actually, about some tree replacements going on in the Porter Ranch area. And then my only other connection with the board has been through the community calling campaign that I participated on with Lori.
Very good.
That was at the very front end of the pandemic.
Thank you. Mark?
This is my first meeting that I have actually stayed thus far. The 3 hours, going on 3 hours, et cetera. But I have attended some meetings before, but have not stayed for the full content of the meeting.
Thank you very much. Lori, next question.
Hi, thanks for coming and participating. Let me say, first of all, if you don't get selected tonight to join our board this night, please remember we will have an election coming up in April, and there'll be several seats available, and we'll have that election coming. You'll start seeing information and advertisements for that probably by February, March. So I wanted you to be aware that you're still welcome to join us and try again. I hope this doesn't discourage you. And of course, like David said, please be sure to join a committee meeting in the meanwhile if you don't get selected tonight. My question is, especially starting with Annie, all three of you, these meetings do run quite lengthy, and they happen usually once a month. Occasionally we have second meetings or third meetings in the month, either if you belong to a committee or if we have a special meeting like you may have heard reference to tonight. How do you feel you're going to be able to manage your time and be able to join those meetings and be able to put in the time every week? There is sometimes more than 20 hours a week, and some depending on if you're in a project or something. Rarely does it get that high, but just FYI, there is more time involved than just one monthly meeting.
Yes, thank you. Of course, it's a commitment. It's a full commitment. As far as my time, I am in the office during the day, and usually in the evenings, I believe the meetings are taking place, which I would have no problem. Thank God, both of my girls are all adult. Both of them are adults, so I'm not taking care of them anymore. And that's why my hands are open now, and I'm like, okay, now it's time. I can expand myself and kind of stretch. One of my daughters is in law school already, the first year, and the other one is in the last year of UCLA. So I do have that time, and I definitely have that the soul to commit to whatever needs to be done, even if it's during the day, so long as I'm not in court and deposition. It's my job. I just handle stuff. So this would be part of what I do.
Jennifer, please.
So I am familiar with the time commitment on a board. I was a little naive to that when I did join the Homeowners Association board. I did think that it really was that one meeting per month, and quickly found out that it was not. We basically treated it as having a second job. And so I'm used to that. I'm used to being on committees and putting in the time to do the the legwork as far as tracking down vendors in the scope of the HOA anyway, vendors and meeting with subcommittees and things like that. As far as my work time and being able to parse that out, I work from home, and my time is very flexible. I work right here in the Porter Ranch community, and I kind of make my own schedule, so it would not be difficult at all for me to be able to turn to a project, say at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, to put a little bit of time into the board, whether that's making phone calls or taking some time out to talk to one of you about a particular matter, and then jumping back into my own 9 to 5 sort of work. I do have that flexibility to kind of move around in that space. My children are 2 grown adults, 28 and 30, and out of the house. So it really is my time to do however I please.
Thank you. Mark?
Haynes? Thank you. My time is fairly controlled by me. I own a business of which I have a manager that runs that business, and I check in on that business from time to time. That has certainly allowed me to have, I would say, accessible time, specifically in regards to the Porter Ranch board, et cetera. So I'm a little blessed in that sense, and I'm very happy about it. So I am almost in some instances at a beck and call, depending upon what is needed for the team in this case.
Thank you. Gabriel, next question, please.
Yes, sir. Welcome, all 3 of you. Looking forward to working with one of you and hopefully all of you in the future. My question is, if you can choose top 3 things, which top 3 items will be most important items in Porter Ranch that you think should be addressed and prioritized?
Question. Ani?
Thank you. That's a great question. I think the Aliso Canyon storage facility issue, the gas leak issue, is one of the most important issues that we all have to deal with, because it's very close to our homes, to our hearts, to our families. I also notice, as far as the safety, our community safety is very important to us. It's the heart of the biggest issue that we're really dealing on a daily basis, that's really alive, and we're dealing with it every day. So the safety is utmost importance. And of course, we do have the issue involving the loss of property, the burglaries. Again, I find that to be part of our safety issue that we have to deal with within the community. And then, of course, because of the COVID-19, now we are facing issues involving businesses trying to survive. And here we are in a community that we've always safeguarded, and yet we've thrived to grow the community, build the businesses. And I see that a lot of businesses that were built to work are literally empty at this point. So there's going to have to be some effort put in order to make sure that our community survives while we're safeguarding the quality of life in this community.
Thank you. Jennifer, please.
So I think safety would be one of the top things that I would be wanting to make sure we maintain. We've just when I was on the board at my community, and I keep in close contact with the board members, the current board members, and so I hear about the different issues that may be occurring throughout the community as far as what's going on maybe next door at the vineyards, for instance. And so that combined with what you've talked about and what I've heard the board talk about in the past as far as the street racing, I'm on a portion of Rinaldi where we hear that we see the helicopters overhead. And so, you know, I'm always warning people when they leave our community, make sure you look twice before you move out onto Rinaldi. So that's of great importance to me. The other is definitely the Aliso Canyon issue. I bought my place here in August of 2015 and was back out of the community in October. So didn't take long for, we weren't able to settle in before we were moved back out. And so that's a concern, and, for health issues in particular, but also for property values. I understand that it hasn't appeared to, as far as what I've been told, affect property values for right now, but who knows how that might progress in the future. And then I guess the third one, you've asked for three, the third one would be the land use. I understand that there's going to be a hotel that's going to be built in the area across from the vineyards and on the side of Kaiser. And while we want to have a thriving community, I'd also just want to be aware of how much we're building it up. I came to the Porter Ranch area. I lived in Granada Hills before here. I attend Shepherd Church, and I remember when I first started attending Shepherd, there was nothing in the area across the street. And so while I think growth is fantastic, it's just a matter of how it's planned. And I did spend a great deal of time with the vice president of operations at Chappelle during the beginning stages of the vineyards property being built out, and looking at the plans and things like that, reassuring the community members here who just purchased in our community that it would not devalue our properties. And so just things like that, taking into consideration that we're being wise about how we're using the land here.
Great, thank you very much. Mark?
My first, and because I have former Marine, or once a Marine, always a Marine, it has to do with homelessness that are out there. That is of high concern for me. I will also tie that in with safety. I think if you get a handle on that, you'll be able to, put your hands around a lot of things. Second for me would actually be, as Annie spoke about, businesses. This COVID-19 pandemic has caused, I've been hearing you talking about even the motorcycle cops may be furloughed or whatever the case may be. And it's a major concern. I'm highly concerned and highly motivated to be able to support the businesses that are here local in Porter Ranch. And obviously we can span out from there. Third for me is Aliso Canyon. It's, but I've been following some of the information and news, and that it does seem to be going in the right direction. I understand it takes time with these types of things, et cetera. I was highly concerned over the plutonium, whatever word it was used to describe that, and as to how dangerous that it is. There are barrels of this radioactive material up there, and how Porter Ranch would be able to mitigate that or transport that out of here. That is a great concern of mine. So bottom line, again, just to repeat it, number one for me is the homeless vets. Number two is business, and number three is the Aliso Canyon.
Thank you very much. Miran?
Hi, good evening. My question is, what will you bring to PRNC to improve our operations? And if not selected, would you be joining a committee? Thank you.
Ani, please go ahead.
Thank you. I believe we have a great group of people here. I mean, it's amazing what I was hearing the last 2 hours. It was just amazing interaction and the commitment and the information that is being exchanged among the members. I believe, with respect to me at least, what I would try to bring on the table is the knowledge I have, the ability to be able to make communication, bringing ideas, bringing the issues, and try to take steps to address those issues. Whether it is through reaching out to other people, whether it's through brainstorming and coming up with better ideas as to how to approach. I listened to some of the issues that are being addressed, as at least tonight, and I do see that there are issues that we have to address, because we can come up with a lot of resolution or some ideas, and we might want to go forward, but at some point we may kind of hit the wall because we're not getting where we need to get. And I think that I would be able to help to be able to get into where we need to get in order to achieve what we need to do. So my job would be to in collaboration with the board members, bring in new ideas, find new avenues to be able to implement what we need to do. Now, having had, I had a great deal of experience when I was a board member with the San Fernando Valley Bar Association. I truly believe that things happen as a team. As a team worker, we got to work together to be able to bring it together, and each one of us can add more to the other, and by putting it all together we can make a difference. And that's the way I see it. For me, it's my knowledge, my experience, and I have no fear of going forward and go head to head, or be very politician and be able to address the issues that needs to be addressed, or be heard. I have no problem doing that. So I'll be the advocate as much as I can, or when necessary, to be the person that can bring people together.
I think you called on me, David. You're muted, but
You're right, I am muted. My dog was barking in the backyard. Jennifer, thank you.
okay. So I think mainly my determination to get things done would be the asset that I would bring to the board. I like to kid people and tell them that in my other life, I would be a private investigator. I really don't stop until I get the answer that I need and that we would need in order to move forward. That's been the way I've carried myself at work, as far as the research that attorneys may need from me, and getting witnesses and interviews conducted in order to get the information that we need in order to move our case forward. And leadership skills are something that were kind of instilled in me early on. I became a Marine Corps officer when I was 21, and you don't get a chance to, you get thrown into it, basically. You don't get a chance to sit back and watch. And so I led a personnel and payroll department, a legal department, and I was an air controller for our squadron. So I work well under pressure and timelines, and just being able to lead when necessary, but also be led when I'm on a team and work collaboratively with people. I think I mentioned in my candidate application that I work a lot with law enforcement and government agencies in gathering information for our matters and to responding to subpoenas and things like that. So that's mainly what I would bring to as an asset to the neighborhood council. And then the other question you asked was if I would be agreeable to being on a committee. And Absolutely. I've probably would want to join Jason on the beautification committee. I am interested in community outreach. It seems like it would go hand in hand with the volunteer in me. So those would be the two main things that I would be interested in.
Thank you. Mark?
First off, what you get out of me is genuine care. And I think so far, both Annie and Jennifer touched on teamwork. And this is something, as Jennifer would know, in the military, teamwork is everything. It's an acronym: together, everyone achieves more. It's really that simple. And you also have to know your role, where to strengthen, where to support, when to shut up, when to, to help things to be expeditious in this case, et cetera. Those are characteristics that have been embedded in me, and it actually has helped me in my own business to be successful, to stay focused on the bottom line. I believe in what gets measured gets done. And it's really a simple process to follow. I've been listening to the entire meeting so far, and I've listened to you all table discussions or put it off to another time, et cetera. I personally believe I'll be an intricate part of that and helping to create some type of a process to help expedite things, so that there isn't a delay on items that the president, vice president, whatever the case may be, would construe to be important. And that's where it comes back again to teamwork. Together, everyone achieves more. All in all, I've used a character that I learned from the Marine Corps in business, which is not to necessarily browbeat people and to get things done. It is actually done with, in some case, coddling, kindness, support, and all those characteristics. I'm proud to say that I have. I'm very happy about it and stuff. And most of all, I just moved to this community about 3 years ago, and I love it. I lived in Calabasas for a little while. My wife and I and son, we moved to San Jose, where we had another business there, and then we eventually vetted through Los Angeles and settled on Porter Ranch. In doing so, I have to say it's a beautiful community, and it's worth all of the energy and protection that they can get. And the board members I'm looking at, you guys are doing a fantastic job. Both Annie and Jennifer, I got to tell you, I'm listening to you, and you're both amazing, at least to me. So, I'm very happy to have actually be a part of this right now.
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to break. I'm going to change it just a little bit. I know that we have an attendee, which is a stakeholder, and I want to hear what the stakeholders would like to reach out, and then we'll come back around, because it's important that our stakeholders have input on board members as well. So I'm going to ask Colette to go ahead. I'm going to allow you to talk, Colette. Did you have a question?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. This is Sherry Darahani, and my daughter, my laptop wasn't working. I borrowed my daughter Colette's. So my question was, for the three candidates, what does your profession do for you that would bring advantage to the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council? As an example, I understand Ani is an attorney, Jennifer is a paralegal, and you're all very, very qualified. I'm very impressed. But I'd like to know, as a vocation, what does your job bring to you, some level of expertise that would be advantageous to being on the board and help the community members? Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
That
Ani,
was
go ahead.
Mehran's question.
1 second.
No, that was the same as Mehran's question.
This is the same question I asked.
You're
David.
on. 1 moment. I asked for the stakeholder. Thank you. Go ahead, Ani.
Yes. Well, in my profession, what I do, and I think it's the most important part of what I do on a daily basis, is to have that ability to listen, to be able to understand the problems and to understand how to approach and then find solutions. That is part of what I do on a daily basis. I've been doing it for 22 years. And I do understand the dynamics of being a board member and the commitment that it requires. In other words, it's just not a title. It takes a legwork. It takes that ability to get on the phone, do what you need to do, to be able to brainstorm with one another, being able to think outside of the box and try to find a solution that is going to work given the circumstances that we have. We may have issues, there may be circumstances where we may have emergency situation and we're gonna have to get together right away, and we won't have months to think or table issues, that we have to address all those issues. I think it's all about the mindset and of course the ability and the commitment to be able to just deal with as things come up, and not to have to necessarily rely on anyone, but at the same time being able to work depending on each other independently. Let's put it this way. And I think that's very important.
Thank you, Jennifer.
So if we're looking at it from a standpoint of how our profession translates into the work that we could do on the board, I would say that mostly the attention to detail that's required in the legal field, as Annie knows. It's like some of the things that you were discussing with relation to the CIS, you've got to get the wording right. And you don't want to have to go back and then realize that if you had tweaked it this way, when you tweak it this way, it means one thing. If you tweak it another way, it means something totally that you didn't intend. So to answer Colette's question, in a short way, the attention to detail that's required in my profession would, I think, do me well in translating over to working with the board.
Thank you. Mark?
I think my business attributes lends a lot to the whole membership deal. I'm in insurance now, and this COVID-19 thing hit, and it hit hard. Lost 35 of my clients who passed away from COVID-19. And I think that the fact that I have quite a lot of empathy, et cetera, in dealing with those families and having discussions with them, and trying to be an intricate part of the process to bring them back or try to bring them back to some semblance of sanity is difficult. And it's actually, I would think, honed me in a different way these days. In the past, I was strictly a business guy looking at getting things done at all costs, et cetera. And I think COVID-19 as a whole has really touched me personally because of the people that I knew. And it has allowed me to have a different perspective. I think also, just putting it quite bluntly, I've been successful in, and please don't take offense, in my Black life growing up here in the United States. And maybe I have not had to face off with some of the things that other Black Americans have had to face off with. But I woke up to that this year. And in waking up to it, I think I have a different perspective of walking in the shoes of some of the individuals that have actually been protesting here in my community. I live just down the road from Michael Moore, the police chief. And I do have to say, I'm also very diligent. I am very task oriented. I am very detailed oriented. But those are business attributes. I think most of all, I think the empathy that I have right now and the willingness to work towards a purpose makes me right in this case.
Thank you. I have to say, I'm loving this dialogue, and I am so impressed with all three candidates. We have two more questions, one from Hassan and one from Brandy, and then we will wrap this up. Hassan, please go ahead.
Yes, I fully agree with you, David. And again, thank you so much, all candidates, Annie, Jennifer, and Mark, for coming tonight. My name is Hassan Memarian. I'm the chair of Sustainability Committee, and obviously I'm going to point out a question in that direction. if just in your life and in perspective of where you are today, and hopefully with a look at as if you become part of the board, what is your perspective on climate change, and what do you think we could do as a board to enhance the influence that we could put through our committees, through our board, to hopefully make a bigger impact on the climate change? And I just wanted to get your perspective of, where you stand and what sort of things do you think we can do? Thank you.
Ani?
Thank you. I'm a great advocate for climate change. I do believe that we need to protect the earth. We need to protect not only the earth, but the future, our kids, the next generations to come. We do face a real issue involving climate change that involves the emissions. And I heard the conversation that we were having earlier during your meetings, truly legitimate concerns. And the way we need to address these issues is, again, one way would be to raise awareness. And not only just raising awareness, I think it's not enough, but it's to advocate for climate change, to advocate in ways that people can feel it on their skin. In other words, they need to understand it. Just talking about it is not going to be enough. So taking steps is going to be the way to try to reach out and make everyone understand. And of course, our technology, our future is kind of heading towards that, where we're going to have cars that are going to probably be electronics, and hopefully we'll shy away from using fuel in the car. But that's a long time from now. We're not there yet. We're probably about 10, 20 years behind that schedule, or maybe sooner. I don't know. But in either way, as a neighborhood council, I think we do have the ability to introduce measures where we would be able to educate our people, our neighborhood, the officials, the city officials, and to be able to get budgets, money that we need in order to be able to reach out. So all of these are important steps that we have to take. Again, we have to think outside of the box in order to be able to address the issue.
Jennifer?
So I do believe that climate change is real. I know that there are people who are on the opposite end of that spectrum. Before working where I work now, I worked at at Texaco, when Texaco was a company out here in California. The Western Region office was here. And the person I worked for moved over from a litigation role to EH&S. And I talk with her on a regular basis. We've maintained our friendship over these last 30 years. And talked to her a lot about the Aliso Canyon incident and things that would affect us, the methane, and how long that would affect, the environment and things like that. And so it's definitely a great concern, as Annie mentioned, thinking about the future of our, I'm hoping that I'm going to have grandkids one day. So hoping that we find ways in order to mitigate the things that we're doing now, and hopefully through some of the programs. I know I heard that Governor Newsom has mandated a certain year for us to go to get away from gasoline powered cars. And I applaud that effort. And just small steps like that, that we know we're going to get pushback from the, some people, including the federal government in some instances, but that we keep plugging away and little by little getting to a point where we, can make the air cleaner, the water cleaner, and, hopefully that would be good steps for us.
Thank you. Mark?
Sorry about that, I needed to unmute. Well, I don't need to say climate change is real because I completely, I'm 100% convinced it exists. I don't know if you all remember just here in the Valley, there used to be a thing called Valley Fever. And it's literally where the smog just settled over the valley and people were getting very sick from it until we decided to do something about our cars to help to reduce the carbon footprint. Climate change is something that we need to do now. I think some of the challenges that we've had, and I think you were talking about 519-0604, I think it had to, correct me if I'm wrong, it had to do with the idling of cars, just sitting there idling. And I understand that most people will think, well, I've just been idling for 2 or 3 minutes and it's not really making an impact. But when you do the mathematical equation of it, it's making a huge impact. And it does hurt people. My son suffers from asthma right now, and it's been terrible for him. And I can tell you it's dear to me. The challenge is educating people in a relative way. And the challenge is also getting businesses to buy into this process. And that's the key word, buy into it. So if it was me, I would formulate a plan to go to large businesses today and show them a way that they can make money using sustainable energy as an example to help further things in life. We sit and we argue back and forth about it at times, but there's very few plans that I hear people come up with to help change things, etc. And there are some good plans out there. We don't have enough time tonight to go over that. I've dove deep into climate change in my own life. I drive an electric car, and that's me doing my part in this case. I know most people say they have range anxiety with electric cars, etc., but I bought it not necessarily for the range, to actually lessen the footprint when it comes to carbon emissions. So I'm all in on climate change. It exists, it's real. And for those that think that it's not, I'm not angry with them. I just think that they need education to understand how it affects them directly. And once they see that, they will come to the table and participate.
Thank you. We are going to wrap this up. Brandy, you have the last question because we are out of time. So,
Okay, because
Brandy,
there's an attendee question I didn't know if you wanted to do before me.
do you want it? Well, we really can't because we've already moved on and we were out of time.
Okay.
I didn't say Ura to both Jennifer and Marcus of Florida Marine.
Yeah.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Brandy.
We have an embarrassment of riches here. I hope whoever doesn't get on will absolutely run because this is amazing. I actually got on the board the same way you guys are going through, so I know how difficult this is. So I'm the chair of the Homelessness Solutions Committee. And so, the current estimates say that once COVID is over and done with, the US could see as many as 40 million homeless Americans added to what we already have. And LA could be as high as an additional 350,000 homeless. So this is already a contentious issue and it's not going to get better. And it's very likely that should you be on the board, it's going to hit hard while you're on the board. What do you think Porter Ranch can and should be doing to help mitigate this crisis?
Excellent question, Brandy. I'm going to turn this over to Ani.
Thank you. I think this is it's a major issue, not only facing Porter Ranch, but the entire country and throughout the nation in a way after COVID, I believe. With respect to Porter Ranch per se, we are already experiencing homelessness. We do see homelessness around Porter Ranch neighborhood, in particular areas of Porter Ranch. I have personally noticed homelessness that repeat homeless individuals who actually hang around in our neighborhoods. I believe that we need to find a way to place these homelesses, but then it's not just about a place. It goes further than that. It's about educating some of these homeless to be able to sustain themselves and maintain in a place. Because it's my understanding that some of these homeless refuse to be placed in a home. They don't want to do that. And I think it has a lot to do with the mental issues. We have to provide as a city, as a city of Los Angeles, Porter Ranch community, we have to be able to provide programs, in my opinion, for the homeless to be able to help them, to be able to help them, to train them, so that they know that they can have a home, that they can restart their lives somehow or another. And then we, on the other hand, have to be able to provide some sort of a housing for these people so that they can believe that whatever that they're being treated for is actually working for them in real life. Now, all of that, it's easier said than done because we need to have the budget. So we need to be able to go and fight for the funds. And I know in the meantime, as we're saying this, the city is facing a budget deficit. They're hurting at this point. So it's more like a domino effect, and it's just not getting better. So at some point we need to stop this domino effect and try to reverse the situation. And that's going to take it. I don't think that Porter Ranch community itself can do that. I don't think the Porter Ranch council members can we can advocate, but we need to be able to actually reach out to the city officials to be able to budget and to be able to form a whole new mindset as to how to deal with homelessness, because this isn't a pandemic. Homelessness is becoming a pandemic. It's no longer just an issue.
Thank you. Jennifer?
So Brandy, first I'm going to applaud you for taking on the task of being the chairperson for the homelessness committee. My answer is going to be pretty brief because I feel like we've been in this situation so long and it's very difficult to find solutions because you have to come at it from the standpoint of, like Annie mentioned, the homeless person not wanting to accept the home that is being offered for various reasons. I do believe that there's a lot of it that goes back to their mental state. And so I would say that Porter Ranch, from a standpoint of, I don't know that we have the land in order to house people. And so it would be more funding that I would think would be something that we could try to gather from those who are able and put that funding towards programs that the city is working on. And I would say that community awareness would be something that we could work on in the Porter Ranch community. And that would, get more people involved as far as donating money that they're able to. And that's kind of the solution that I would go toward.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jennifer. Mark?
Homelessness is dear to me. I grew up in New York and I was homeless. There are categories of homeless people. They're families with children that are homeless. They are individuals who are not drug related. They simply just could not afford to pay the rent, et cetera. So they're out in the streets. literally sitting in some cars. We talked about idling to stay either warm or cold or cool in this case. And then there are those that are, simply put, addicted to drugs. And how you handle that is by segmenting it, at least in my opinion, which is to tackle those that have young children, as an example, and getting them into places of some kind of warmth and some kind of support. Regarding those that have, lost their homes, et cetera, because of a loss of a job or whatever the case may be, is helping those individuals get back on their feet and find a job, in temporary housing and get them in there. Regarding the individuals that I deal with at the VA hospital at times that have drug addictions, et cetera, that's a hospitalization thing. I think I've been hearing this for a long time with so many different, segments of government. We need to figure a way of getting those individuals to places where they're weaned away, from their drugs. A lot of the reasons people don't want to go to the homes is because they can't do their drugs. And when there are rules and regulations when you go to these homeless places that say, as an example, you can't bring drugs in here, you can't do that. Well, it's easy to say that when, because you're not walking in their shoes, and it's not as easy for some of those people to just kick that habit and get rid of it. So this is why some type of medical intervention is needed, and the type of facility to house those individuals has to be medically driven and to help them to, get off of that. I mean, regarding budget, we do have to find a budget for it, because at the end of the day, they'll be right back in the welfare system affecting the budget. So it's a double-edged sword. So it depends on how we're going to do it. So for those that want to fight a budget to help those that are in need, are going to end up helping them anyway. And it's going to end up costing in the budget. So it's just a matter of importance at the end of the day, how you're going to literally focus in and make things happen from a segmented way.
Thank you very much. On that note, what I'm going to do, and this is how we're going to proceed. I've muted the candidates with this. Let me see, where's Mr. Haynes? There we go, you muted, okay. So what we're going to do, board, at this time, because I believe in transparency, and I've been on this board for well over 5 years, I think almost 6 now. And we've always read our votes out loud. So at this time, I'd like Gabriel to call the vote, and he will tally, and we will move on from there. If somebody has the most votes, then that will be our candidate. If we have a tie, then we will go back in. We'll do one last question. And I guess the last question will probably come from the president. That would be me at this time. And we'll go from there. So Gabriel?
Sounds good. Let's start with Brandy.
Let me unmute everybody. Let's go ahead. Go ahead. You just go ahead and unmute yourself.
Well, as a fellow child of suffering homelessness, I'm going to say Semper Fi. I vote for Mark.
Hassan.
It's a very difficult situation, but I like to go for Mark.
David Balin.
My vote is for Mark.
Jason.
I'm voting for Mark because he used the word kindness and it's Veterans Day. And you are all fantastic.
Excellent people.
I'm voting for Anya Akbarian.
Becky.
I'm just blown away at the caliber of all 3 candidates, but I'm voting for Mark.
David Lasher.
I feel the same way. It's 3 great candidates. Simplified to Jennifer, also a Marine there. Mark, you're going to have my vote there. Hoorah.
Thank you.
Lori.
Oh, same here. I'll have to vote. I was planning to vote for Mark, but I was very torn by all 3 of them. So I hope Annie and Jennifer come back in April. You know, when you have more seats available.
All right, Assad.
I wish we have 3 vacancies. I mean, I'm torn between the 3 of them. But for today, I'll be voting for Mark, and I encourage the other 2 candidates to join us in the committee as soon as possible so that we get you on board. But my vote is for Mark.
Thank you.
Gabriel, which is me. Once again, all 3 candidates are strong. I'm voting for Ani because of the attorney aspect, because we can always use help in the background. But yeah, my vote would be with Ani.
Thank you very much. Gabriel, your tally?
Yes, 1 second, please.
Oh, well, hello, nice to meet you. I am your patient.
Mark got 8, Ani got 2, and Mark is the winner.
Mark, congratulations. You are now a board member.
Congrats.
Congratulations, Mark.
Congratulations. Welcome aboard.
Hoorah on Veterans Day.
Thank you, everybody.
Mark, you're not done with us yet.
And Annie and Jennifer, please join our committees. And as Laurie mentioned to you, we will be having elections for 5 vacancies. And you can, that will be published in our newsletter.
I hate to, it's 6 vacancies. So, all right, so at this time, board, please mute yourselves. Mark, we have a neighborhood council pledge. So I'm gonna have to ask you to please raise your right hand. Okay. And can you hear me okay? Are you unmuted?
I'm unmuted.
You're muted. Please unmute yourself. Are you unmuted, Mark?
I am unmuted.
There you go. Thank you very much. And congratulations once again. So the neighborhood council pledges, I, your name.
Mark Haynes.
Pledge to represent my neighborhood.
Pledge to represent my neighborhood.
With dignity, integrity, and pride.
With dignity, integrity, and pride.
I will encourage other points of view.
I will encourage other points of view.
Even if they differ from my own.
Even if they differ from my own.
I will respect, value, and consider.
I will respect, value, and consider.
Everyone's opinion.
Everyone's opinions.
I will find good in my neighborhood.
I will find good in my neighborhood.
And praise it and promote it.
And praise it and promote it.
To my neighbors and to my neighborhoods.
To my neighbors and to the neighborhood.
Throughout the city of Los Angeles.
Throughout the city of Los Angeles.
I pledge to do the best of my ability.
I pledge to do the best of my ability.
Thank you and welcome to the board.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so Mark, you're gonna please stay on with us where we have some more stuff to go through. We're not done just yet. So
thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Annie.
Thank you, yes, Jennifer, Annie, thank you. And please come out.
Thank you both.
Please, need you.
Thank you to both.
Thank you, Annie.
Fantastic. All 3.
Okay, item number 12 is a discussion, and this is the board, please, we must vote on this. It's very important. We have to turn in our paperwork. And if somebody has their microphone on, please shut it off. Or Assad, can you shut everybody's microphone off, please? Okay, so item number 12 is election committee. It's a discussion and action to the 2021 NC worksheet and ballot box location. So we're going to move through this one quickly. So this is let me just get the application for us. Where is the application? Here it is. Okay, this is our application. And I filled it out, but it didn't come out on this one. So this is where we're at on this. This paperwork has to be in by the 13th. This, just so you know, I have already had discussions with Fire Station 28, and the backup will be Fire Station 8. I did check with a couple people, and we decided that the hours of operation will be from 11 till 7, giving everybody ample time to vote. So on that note, Do we have any discussions on this matter?
So David, I do have a discussion.
Yes.
And I want to make a correction because I am on the election committee. You and we talk about it, and then you change and you added Jason. So you must correct this.
So at this time, Miran, I will check with the city if we can add more people onto this.
Well, it's not my problem if you check it. I told you. You and we spoke about
Ron,
this.
this is not a discussion.
It's not a discussion, but it's a wrong. Jason has never been on the election committee, David. You changed it in the last minute.
Okay.
It's not right. You have a problem, go to the city. I will go to the city as well. This is not right. I was talking to you about it and you ignored it. And I am angry and frustrated. I am on the election committee. I am the lawful person on the election committee. You and we talk about it several times. You and I and Laura, and suddenly I read the agenda that I'm not there.
Thank you for your comment. Brandy, you have a comment? Brandy, go ahead.
Here. So I want clarification. Are we just discussing like what place and time to put on here because it's a blank form?
So I already filled it out, but for some reason when I uploaded it, it wasn't there. We have until the 13th to submit it. So I'm informing the board that I have spoken with Fire Station 28 and I have spoken with Fire Station 8. I have received they're no problem putting the box at their front door. It's very safe. It's lit. And they have given us that accessibility. Unless you have another place that you would like it, you're more than welcome to share that. This is a discussion.
We did have a voter drop box at the library and at Castle Bay. So I wonder if we should try to have the voting box for this be at the same places that we had for the normal election. That's just my thought.
Okay. Board members?
I have a generic question. For how long is the voting? 30 days? The boxes is staying?
You know what? To be honest with you, hold on. We have a.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not. This is not within this agenda
One
item.
day. It's away. Yeah, one day. And I have, I think Glenn, go ahead, Glenn.
Maybe I should wait till all the questions, but if you don't mind calling on me for the others. So yeah, it's just, Jason's right. It's the one day, the last day you have to turn in your ballot. And it's for those people who've waited to the last day and don't want to take the chance of putting it in the mail because the mail must be delivered by Friday, that following Friday from that Tuesday. And if it's not, then the vote is not counted. So it's a last chance if they just haven't gotten it back. And also just wanted to clarify that whichever single location within your neighbor council you select, it comes with a city clerk staffer who's with the box. So they will be staffing it for that 8-hour time period, whatever time period you select, to make sure that, that's secured. The intention is it be basically just drive and drop, just drop off the ballot. And also just for your information, all of the neighbor councils in Region 2, which is the Northwest Valley, so there's 6 of them having elections, voters may drop off their ballots at any of those 6 boxes on that particular day, at any of those locations. Of course, the hours may vary.
Very good. Glenn, I have one question to ask you, and maybe you, because you always have all the information. How many board members are we allowed for the election committee?
Well, that varies by neighborhood council. That's up to your bylaws. So
Very good.
typically a
It-
quorum of a quorum. No, don't exceed a quorum of a quorum. I mean, don't equal a quorum of a quorum. Less
I
than
understand. Thank you.
David, Lori's texting me. She can't get on for some reason. So I think she can hear, but she can't see video, and she's not appearing as here. But Lori is trying to get back on.
Okay. Assad, can you help Lori, please? Okay, let me go back in here, panelists.
I think I'm
Yeah.
up. Is it me?
I have Becky Lebec. Go ahead, Becky. Unmute yourself, Becky. I got you. Go ahead.
I got it. I'm just
Okay,
a
there you
little
go.
confused. Is election day on a Tuesday? What
It
is it?
is. Go ahead.
Is it on a weekday or is it on a weekend? Okay, that's question number one. Question number two, I think it would be better to have it where we've had it before for this last election at the Porter Ranch Library and at Castle Bay. The fire stations, what if there's a fire? What if, it's really hard to get to the fire station. There's no parking in front of it. How are we going to drop it off if we're not supposed to be parking?
Okay, first off, then Glenn, would you go ahead and the date is it a Tuesday or what day? It's
Yes, it's April 27th. It's all on a Tuesday. All the election days for the entire city, all 12, are on Tuesdays, with the following Friday being the deadline for the receipt of the ballots by mail. However, the vote by mail ballots will be mailed out 29 days prior to the election. And for anyone who's registered, submitted a voter registration form prior to then, and they will continue to be mailed out until 1 week prior to the election, which is the deadline to submit your voter registration form. Obviously, if you wait till only 1 week before the election to submit your voter registration form, you will have very little time to, for them to process and get your ballot back to you. But that would be the folks who may, opt to drop it off at the ballot drop box on that last day.
Thank you, Glenn. So to answer Becky's question, so Becky, unfortunately, with the library, there's nobody working at the library, so there's nobody that we can talk to get acknowledgement that we are allowed to use the library. That's why I reached out to the 2 fire stations, and Fire Station 28 is our #1 source, and you can pull up on Corbin. So just a footnote on that one. Jason, you have a question?
Well,
David.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Becky, please.
Yeah. And is it from 11 to 7 that we're voting? That's one. This is
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
really quick question too.
Please.
Can we mail it in the U.S. Postal Service?
Yes.
Also, or we can put it in the Dropbox.
There's 29 days that you can vote. So anytime before that, but if you still, for some reason, still have it in your hot hands, you can, that's what the boxes are for.
Okay, but we can drop it in a U.S. postal mailbox.
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
Will it need a stamp?
That's a very good question. And Glenn, if you're still there, will they be pre-stamped or do we have to add our own?
No, the city clerk will be paying for the postage both ways.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jason?
Okay. David, you don't have to worry because whatever we put down, the city clerk's office is going to contact. So if it's a city department like the library, the city clerk will contact them and make arrangements to make that happen. They're staffing it. They're taking care of everything. So I'm just kind of echoing that's where everybody voted for the election. They all went to the library. You get right off the freeway on Tampa. You go straight up there. It's really a close location. I want to thank you for reaching out to the fire department. And I think that's a good option, but I think the best option is going to be the Tampa Library. Castle Bay is a little bit of a drive up the hill, and I think the best #1 option I would recommend is the library on Tampa. And then as far as the hours, I would encourage us to do till 8 o'clock. We only get 8 hours, so I would do like 12 to 8 because that allows time for people who are commuting in traffic trying to get home on a Tuesday from who knows where, and maybe that, so I think the later we go, the better.
All right, so I will add that into the motion. Thank you. Hassan?
I believe Glenn may have already answered this, but my question was that everyone who is a registered voter will actually receive a ballot with candidate's name on it. Is that correct?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah,
Go ahead,
Glenn.
Okay.
go ahead.
Explain how difficult this election it really is. Please.
So that's an excellent suggestion. It has been made, but it's not the way the city clerk's going to be running the election this time. Everyone who wishes to vote in each neighborhood council election must complete a voter registration form. And if the neighborhood council requires documentation, they have to submit that at some point before they get, before that gets verified. So no, basically you start at 0, right? And then you do as much as you can in terms of your outreach to get as many of your stakeholders to register. Obviously, persons who are registered voters are people who live here, but people do not have to be a registered voter to vote in a neighborhood council election. Also, people who work or own property or community interest stakeholders may also vote. But yes, that would have been a huge first, plateau, a first step of getting a whole number of folks, but they basically don't have the budget to mail out to however 30,000 or 25,000.
30,000.
But if obviously if you register that many, they'll have to find the money and send them the ballots. So that's the challenge.
Mr. President, Francis has her hand raised.
I know, she's next on my list. Francis, go ahead, please.
We can't hear
Francis?
you.
Francis, unmute yourself.
I'm sorry.
There you are.
My concern is that these ballot boxes will be monitored by a city clerk employee.
Yes.
Now, if you're a city clerk employee sitting at the fire station, you can go in and use the bathroom and you can have a place to go inside. Whereas if it was the library and the library continues to be closed as it is now, well, they sit in their car for 8 hours. Secondly, you don't have to drop it off at the Porter Ranch location. Northridge East and West have their ballots on the same day. You can drop it off at the Dunkin' Donuts on Reseda Boulevard or the Northridge Women's Club on Lassen Avenue.
So to reiterate, as Glenn said, we'll have 6 different boxes that we will be able to inform the community that they could drop it off on that particular day if they wanted to. So perfect.
Yeah, including the Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah.
Plus the 29 days of the US mail.
Exactly. And I know many of you were at Northridge West meeting last night where they mentioned last time they had an election was 2 or 4 years ago. They had 32 ballots. So don't expect like thousands of people to ballot like we all did last week.
Well, our last one had 450 ballots.
Yeah.
450 ballots.
Of 40,000, yeah, of what, 30,000 people that's still,
Exactly. We had
5% of the population, less than 5%.
Brandy, last question.
Yeah, I think people made good points about the library in terms of person needing to sit there and about the fire stations in terms of parking. I'd like to point out Castle Bay was both a location for voting for the polls recently. It has ample parking. It has a place where people can sit, and it's been one of our frequent meeting places. Even though the fire station is more convenient for me personally.
All right. On that note, I think I'm going to, I think we're done with our comments. So here's my motion to the board. Since we already, I would like to recommend that we vote in agreement on the library as being the #1 place. And if for some reason that doesn't work out, then Station 28, which happens to be on Corbin, would be our alternative voting spot. And we will do the hours from Jason from 12 to 8.
Second that.
Okay.
Jason.
Do we have any more comments or discussions from the board or the public regarding this?
We had a comment from the public in the question and answer.
It states the hours should be 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. to allow people to drop off last minute after work. I think your 12 to 8, Mr. President, is adequate.
Well, that was Jason's idea and I agreed with him. So on that note, Gabriel, would you like to call the vote?
Wait, can we separate voting for hours and voting for location?
Sure, that's fine. I don't think that's a problem.
Want to split the motion?
Split the motion then.
So first one is
Wait,
for.
hold on a second. I have Glenn has a comment. Glenn?
Point of order on the.
Yes, please. Point of order, Glenn?
Sorry, just note on page 2, if you wanted to have any translation languages other than the ones that are indicated, which are English, Spanish, and Korean, probably not, but I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that, that you have that. That's another decision point too.
Understand. Thank you.
David, just a friendly amendment to the motion. You should authorize yourself. The motion should be to authorize David Balin to complete and submit the form with the library and station number 8 as a second choice and the hours from 12 to 8.
Well, you know, it's really funny you said that because I thought you were filling it out.
You want me to do
the
it?
last time we talked about this, you were filling out, but that's fine.
You're the chair of the committee.
So, okay, on the motion is for David Balin to complete and submit this form.
Yeah. Everything else is the same.
Locations for, I guess, as per Brandy's request, we would like to vote on locations first, and then we will go ahead and vote on the time. So at this time, Gabriel, please call the vote. And if I'm not mistaken, Glenn, isn't there a period of time where Mark, since it's not a funding, Mark would be able to vote as well?
Yes, he would be able to vote.
No, he has to do ethics training.
No, well,
go ahead.
That's only for funding items, and he has a certain period of time based on your bylaws. But the code of conduct is 30 days. So within the first 30 days, as long as it's not funding, and unless
Well, Glenn, with the census, they didn't have that and they weren't allowed to vote. Are you sure?
with the what's?
With when we did the census, some of our board members were not allowed to participate in that because they hadn't taken their courses, and that had nothing to do with funding.
When I've spoken with Dunn.
That's if there's a lapse. If you're a continuing board member and your trainings have lapsed, then it's immediate. You cannot vote. But if you're a brand new board member, there's a grace period at the beginning. So
okay. Thank you for explaining that.
Not for funding though. Not for funding. Make it really clear.
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you, Glenn. Gabriel, please call the vote.
All right, I just want to clarify. This is for location once again, right?
That's correct.
Yes.
Not time. Okay, just want to make sure. All
And
righty,
This
Brandy.
is for library and primary and fire station secondary?
Correct.
Fire station 28 is the secondary.
No.
No. Okay, Hassan.
Yes.
David Balin.
Yes.
Jason.
Yes.
Miran.
No.
Becky.
Yes.
David Lasher.
Yes.
Lori.
Yes.
Assad.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Gabriel, yes, and motion passes.
Thank you. Call the vote, please, for the time allocated from 12 in the afternoon to 8 p.m.
All right, I'm going to call the vote.
Wait, do we need a second?
Jason
I'll
already
second
did
it.
the
I
second.
already seconded it.
Jason second.
You're second on both of them, Jason?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, one sec.
You're fast. I didn't even hear that.
All right, Brandy. Brandy? Can't hear you.
She's muted.
I got dropped. I'm back.
No problem. The time, we're voting on time 12 to 8 p.m. Yes or no?
Yes.
Hassan?
Yes.
David Balin?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Miran?
No.
Becky?
Yes.
David Lasher?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Assad?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Gabriel, yes, and motion passes.
Thank you, board. Now we need to move on for this is
Treasurer.
going to come up, our voting is going to come up quick, by the way. It's going to come up very, very quick. So on that note,
David, I apologize, but
yes, please go ahead, Glenn.
just note on this, when you fill out this form on page 2, which
Yes.
incidentally does require the signature of the president or the chair, it asks for a board vote. So I don't know, I guess you'll figure out a way to represent the fact you took 2 different votes, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Oh, sorry for making it complicated.
You just
Okay.
listed 2 items, 2 line items. It's fine.
That's okay. I think we're good. I'm good with it. Board, are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, thank you, Glenn. On that note, let's go.
Treasurer's report.
Yes. We are going to move on to Jason's treasure report. Give me 1 second, Jason.
I'll just start.
Okay, go ahead.
Not much going on, not too many transactions. I think we have roughly about 35,000 in available funds. I just want to encourage you guys to bring forth projects, because they take time, to get the approvals. These projects take time. If we're going to work on something, we got to bring it forth now and work on getting the approvals and things like that. We don't want to, we can carry over 10,000, which I would recommend continuing to do. That way we have money coming into the next cycle. But, we haven't been spending much with COVID. We haven't had events. So I just want to encourage people to come up with ideas, come up with projects in your committees and bring them to the board. And there hasn't really been many expenses. You couldn't pull it up, huh, David?
No, I have it up. You guys, it's not showing?
No, you got to share screen, I guess.
Okay, one moment. Huh. Give me 1 second.
There's not too much. We're pretty much paying for storage and not much else. Wendy Moore and Apple One.
So just one comment, Jason and David, based on what we heard earlier regarding the city financials, there might be a decent chance that a lot of this funding for next year may not be there, or may not be as much as we have had in the past. So I realize you're asking for a project, and I think we should spend what we can, but we definitely should have a little bit of money carry over, because who knows what you're gonna get for next year,
Yeah.
Could be a few $1,000s,
No, I agree.
Exactly.
It's good to carry over the money, because then we have at least some more to work with than what we're given with the city.
Yeah.
We did carry over almost 10,000 last year, so that's why we have this money, because we carried over 9,000.
We've got a net availability of 35,184.89.
Okay.
All right.
Not much else. If there's no comments, I think no questions, we're good to
Move on.
to the
Okay.
MER. Is it MER?
Yes, you have an MER. Give me a second here. I don't know why it's not sharing there.
Let's see. I can read it maybe.
There you go.
Did you get it up?
It's here, but it's for some reason it's not able to. So maybe you can just read it off.
It's here.
That's the okay. That looks like the
Budget. Give me a second here. Where's the?
That's not the MER. I don't think you got the right one there. If I get it on my screen.
Yeah, we could share it, please.
Hold on, I gotta get up. I can't.
I can help David get it if you want.
This is the MER that you sent me, Jason.
Well, you got to click on, that's not an MER. Here,
Well, this is what you sent me.
Jason, you can share now. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get to the,
That was for all neighborhood councils. There's a drop down to Porter Ranch.
Yeah, that was the dashboard.
No, oh, no, here we go. What is this, Jason? This is yours?
did you get it?
Yeah, this is all that you sent me. This was everything. This is your
Let me see what you're looking at there.
payment receipt, storage.
I have it on my screen. I don't know what you're showing there. Okay, I'll just read it off here. We had storage, etc., $145. Apple
That's what
One.
I'm showing.
Yeah, okay, good. And then the 230. So all we had was the Apple One for minutes and then the storage. So that's about it on the MER. The other pages are just receipts.
Okay.
Any questions on that?
Nope. And they're posted, so I'm not really sure why they're not. You're not able to see it, but they're
Motion to
posted and they're
approve
here.
the MER. Make a motion to approve the MER.
I'll second the motion. Gabriel, please call the vote.
All right, 1 second. All right, Brandy,
Yes.
Hassan,
Yes.
David Balin,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Miran,
Yes.
Becky. Becky,
She dropped off.
she dropped out. All right, 1 second. All right, David Lasher,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Assad,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Mark can or cannot vote on this one,
No,
though?
he's
You
ineligible.
cannot. I'm sorry. Is it?
Ineligible. Okay, just want to make sure before I document it here. And Gabriel, yes, a motion passes.
And then what about Becky? Is she absent
Becky absent.
Okay. Gabriel, yes. Okay,
So we got 9 yeses, 1 absent, 1 ineligible.
got it. Thank you.
Okay. So now that we've gone into the wee hours here, we're gonna have a discussion. Item number 15. This is the discussion
You
and
guys,
possible.
I'm here. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
yeah, go ahead, Becky.
I don't know why. That's not like you guys not to hear me. I'm a yes.
Yes on that.
Thank you, Becky. Okay, on the last item of the evening, item number 15, it's a discussion and possible action regarding the vacated Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council president position. So my recommendation would be to leave things as they are until we have our election. If for some reason, for the board to consider this, if for some reason we only have 6 people run, there will be no election. And we will then automatically start our new board as early as April. So food for thought. Other than that, then we would start our new board in June. I believe our election would be for June. So that is my recommendation, but I'd like to hear from the board, please.
Yeah, I second on that. I was going to make this suggestion, but I guess you read my mind or something like that. I agree with you. I second on it, and we have a structure. We have the team going, and the next 2-3 months we will have a new members, and then we could take care of when we have the new 6 candidates as in April. Especially right now, we are on the floor. So I second on it, and I was going to make that suggestion.
And I double second that. I agree. I think things are really going well. Thank you, David. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work and cooperation. So I think we are good. Let's continue with the structure we have currently, and then hopefully by election date or after, we can make those decisions.
Becky, please go ahead.
Who's going to be the vice president? It's an
Well,
open.
that's-
It's an
so-
open position right now. We have to vote a person in.
Well, this was the discussion. So here was the discussion. we could leave everything as it is and we move forward and continue to do the work we're doing for the community. That's why I wanted to have this discussion. If the board feels that we need a vice president at this time, then that's what we'll move forward with that as well.
Okay, well,
David,
I think we need to move and I think we need to vote. I don't think we leave it for 6 months as is. That's my opinion, but go on.
Okay, so are you saying that we should vote the president or vote to have a vice
Well,
president?
yeah, we need to vote for the president, and the president has to have the mandate of the board. And we should also put in nominations for vice president. Was this all on the agenda? Because I don't remember seeing it.
It's on the agenda. It's item number
Okay.
15.
Okay, so it's kind of late in the night to be having this conversation.
No, no, no.
almost
This is
6:30.
this is a discussion. So if we're going to have an election, we can move the election for the December meeting.
Yeah, I think we should.
But this
And I
is a
think we need to
discussion-
follow that process.
This is a
I'm not
discussion
saying
and
things aren't
possible
going well.
action.
I'm just, my opinion is that we need to initiate the process. That's there
Okay.
for a reason.
That's fine. So I want the board to consider, if we do this, we're going to have, if we have a lot of movement, let's take Gabriel, let's take Gabriel, let's take Jason, let's take Lori. Let's say they run for the position of president. I want the board to be aware that those positions will also need to be filled. So there also have to be training that needs to be in place to take the positions as well. That's why by making such moves, this could bring more issues to the board. Just to think. So in the interim, we can move. We can move forward with the discussion. Miran has his hand up. Miran.
David, I am confused. You said 6 vacant. Who are the 6? Sorry.
I don't have it in front of me. Gabriel, would you like to answer that question?
I don't have that in front of me as well, but I can pull it up.
Please, because I don't see 6.
Well, have show of hand. Whose seat is up? I know mine is up.
Mine is up. Becky?
Mine, Brandy.
Was 4.
Mark's is going to be up because that was Assad's. I mean Isam's. So that's 4. Brandy's is up.
Gabriel.
And Gabriel. There's 6.
Okay, can I chime in?
Please.
Okay, so it looks like we have one secretary position that's going to be coming up, so that'll need to be filled. I think that I'm okay with postponing it to a future meeting, but I think that we ought to start filling these executive positions because, you do have to fill the president, and then potentially another vacancy may be created. So we'll have to fill that one. So I think there'll be some steps involved, and I think it would be helpful to get going at least on the president side and then working to fill the other positions, because if Gabriel's seat comes up, we will have to fill secretary position at the election. So it's more of a controlled chaos.
No, I get, but that happens in every election. We always change our board members, our positions, that's not a problem. The problem is, if I want the board to consider, is that with the movement, let's say, Jason, let's say you move from treasurer's position, because I know you would like to move from treasurer position. Who is ready to step into the president's
Well,
position?
that should be discussed at the election, not tonight.
Becky, can you read the motion? Becky, one moment, please.
Be discussed.
Becky, one moment, please. This is a discussion, possible action regarding the vacated. So this is something that the board, this is a discussion. So we have to outline, and the board needs to consider what we're going to be doing. Okay, that's all it is.
Temporarily, David, can't we choose a pro tem vice president? Because
If that's what the board would like, yes. But that's why this is a discussion. So
I think it's kind of getting too late. There might be a lot of other factors and discussion coming up. I suggest we postpone this to December discussion. hopefully at that time we can make some decision. I'm personally not ready to spend another several minutes of arguments and discussions tonight. So with all respect, I'd like to see this meeting end and move on to next month.
So I will, this will be one of the first items on the agenda after the elected officials comments. So I will earmark this early on for our agenda.
And you maybe allow for 30 minutes, if that's adequate enough, you think?
We'll figure that out later. We have two
Okay.
hands up before we move on, and that is Gabriel.
No, I said what I have to say though.
Okay, very good.
I
Miran?
think we can proceed now, but.
No, I said
Miran?
what I need to say.
Okay, hands down. Then at that item, then if we have nothing else to.
Gabriel, make a motion.
Table it.
We were tabling it.
Motion on the floor.
There was a motion. We tabled it till December.
We have a discussion and possible action. So what?
Right, but that's, you
Action?
can table a discussion and possible action, Jason.
You're tabling?
And we're tabling it to December. But in the interim, we plan on having meetings anyway. We might even have a special meeting and we could bring this up at the special meeting as well. Is that okay, board?
I'm good with that. I need to
I'm
go.
good.
Welcome,
I'm
Mark. Well tired.
Welcome,
Thank
Mark.
you.
Well, then, since the
I have
board,
to start work at 6 tomorrow in the morning.
Oh,
since the board is very tired, I thank you for your time. I will conclude this meeting and I call this meeting adjourned and bid
Thank
everybody
you.
a good night. Thank you.
All right.
Welcome aboard,
Thank
Double
you.
Dog.
David.
Good night.
Welcome,
Welcome,
Mark.
Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Good Wednesday.
Welcome, Mark.
Thank you.